Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EUSA Season 4 playoffs. Day 2 here, but before all the games we'll see, we have a pre-show. I'm joined by some EUSA players here. First of all, we've got Alex, the goalie for Don't Ask. How you doing today, Alex?
Oh, a bit nervous, but we'll manage.
Fair enough. Lila, sub for Don't Ask. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm excited to play. It'll be fun.
Hype. Okay. It's a bit of a teaser there,
Yeah.
foreshadowing. And Kirby Derby, the brawler and midfield sometimes. For Jamie Circus, how you doing today?
Ask me that again in an hour. I woke up 20 minutes ago and the coffee hasn't kicked in yet.
Yeah, we found the equivalent of Siphon from yesterday on the cast there, waking up 20 minutes before. Okay, well, let's get straight into things. If you guys were here for yesterday, we've got the same situation. Um, we've got a questionnaire to do with the LAN. The stream is going to display a question and 4 answers. They're all gonna message me their choice for the answer, and then at the end we'll tally the points and see who's the victor. So, going quickly into the first question. Who do you guys think is going to have a surprisingly strong run? Now, this could be a team or a player. And the options SPL is Shen, Balu, and Llama. For this. I acronym that myself. Maybe it should have been SLB, but we're here now. Jammy Circus, Potat Luki Mana, and Big Smoke Manager, or Lucas himself, the solo. I mean, most improved winner for ESL. Okay, we've got a couple answers coming in. Three different, distinct answers coming in. I'm gonna go to you, Lila. You picked the only solo player, Lucas. Why did you pick Lucas?
Because that guy's like the GOAT, so I think he can probably just carry.
Okay, carry that Chud Nero. Fair
Yeah.
enough. Unfortunately for you, that was not the correct answer. Seen an edit on production.
Yeah.
The correct answer was actually Shen Balulama. So Alex, the only one to get that one right. Cubby Dubby, I respect the self-belief, and you were close. Jamie Circus was second in terms of points, but
Yeah,
ultimately
my
it
bad.
was
Obviously, it's not going to be a surprise when we win it all, so makes
true.
sense.
True.
Good nuke.
Okay, so we've got Alex with 1 point, everyone else tailing a bit behind. Moving on, next question. Who is most likely to miss their transport? This could be I don't know, to the menu, from their country to Hamburg itself. We've got Lucas, Nitron, Kami, or Nero as the options here. Lots of
Hmm.
a couple of Germans there, which was interesting. A few of them.
Three
I know.
Germans.
Yeah,
Honestly, I feel like the
true.
Germans might have a debuff because they'll miss their train through no fault of their own. We love Deutschbahn.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the answers were, are really, like a few people put like everyone because they'll take the train. So, yeah, a bit of doubt. Okay, we've got all the answers. Once again, three distinct answers here. I'm gonna ask you, Alex, the winner of the previous round, why did you vote for Nitron?
Um, can't really explain it honestly. He's probably in the shower or something and then misses transport. I don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Unfortunately though, that was
Aw.
incorrect. It was actually Kami. Kobe
Nah.
voted for Nero, and Lila actually voted for Kami. So, Lila, you got 1 point on the board. The correct
Nice.
answer, showing some faith in your teammate.
Yeah.
Unlike
Legit
Alex.
why I picked him, by the way. I was like,
Oh, but
oh, I just pick him for any question.
this is reverse fate.
Yeah.
Kami is always on time for scrims. What is this? This is fate.
People don't know him well enough, I guess. But now we're tied 1-1 for Alex and Lilith. Kobe a bit behind. We've got next up, who is most likely to be the most played character? So who's going to be played? We had the kind of inverse of this, the most banned character yesterday, and Drakkar was the winner. So let's see if this is the same. We've got Drakkar, Estelle, Kai, and Now as the options here. Let's see what you guys are thinking. Already a couple differing answers. Okay, so we've got two similar answers from Cubby Dubby and Lila, both voting for Estelle, and then Alex alone voted for Now. Cubby, why did you vote for Estelle?
Well, the obvious pick is Drakkar but if the patch continues as it has, I'm expecting him to be most banned. He's just not gonna see enough playtime to be number one, and Estelle's just kind of it's Estelle.
And the logic of you and Lila did pay dividends there. Both of you getting it correct. It was Estelle. Actually, rather overwhelmingly, I think took about 70-80% of the votes in that one. So well played. And that will mean that Lila is going to advance to first with 2 points. Cubby Dubby and Alex tied up with 1 apiece. The next question is who's most likely to get lost finding the venue? So a bit different to the Mr. Transport, but we'll see. So we got Brack, Hack, yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I was already typing Drakkar.
Oh.
For the next question.
We've got Brack, Haki, Donkers, and Kami. Yeah, Drakkar. I mean, I wouldn't mind if Drakkar misses the venue. I wouldn't mind. Okay. We've got a couple votes coming in, a couple different votes once again. Let's see. Okay, so we've got 2 similar votes. Lila and Alex both voting for Brack, and Cubby Dubby, the lone warrior, voting for Kami. Why did you vote for Kami, Cubby?
He was on the last one, so recency bias.
Okay, fair enough. And
Why
I can't remember.
Why does nobody trust my brawler?
I mean, definitely nobody trusts him because he was actually the correct answer.
Oh my god.
Kami did get the most votes for both missing the.
No
I mean,
way.
he's gonna miss the
GG.
transport and miss the venue. I don't know where
might be
that guy's
cooked.
gonna end up. But somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Cubby
He's
Dubby
going to a
catching up
different
to
country.
Lila here on 2 points as well. And we're gonna move on to the next question. Alex, you have to have less faith in your teammates. Come on. You
Yeah,
need
I
yeah.
guess.
Okay, the next question. Who's most likely to order the worst food? Now, for this one, there are a lot of answers that referenced people's nationality, so I thought I'd switch it up. So the options are Lego piece, French people, British people, and Americans. Lila, a very emphatic vote there, sending that in all caps. Very confident. Okay,
I will
covered.
I will not trust my team again.
Okay, wow, we got 3 different votes here. Okay, Alex, you voted for Lego. Why'd you vote for Lego? The solo player.
I mean he's my new brawler, so I guess I don't trust him either.
Yeah, fair enough. I can't reveal though. Lila's confidence was rewarded because the winner was British people.
Bro, it's the easiest
Now-
Come on,
answer
they can't
ever.
order anything worse
GG.
than what they already have. Come on, guys.
Now, funnily enough, Lego was actually the second most voted
Oh
over,
my God.
over the other nationalities. But it was British people at the end of the day. And that's going to mean Lila, once again, taking a point, meaning she's at 3, Cubby's at 2, and Alex is at 1 here. Next question will be, who is most likely to be hungover? Now, I'm going to reveal, a lot of people must have been drunk answering this because, guys, it's a most likely to question. Some people put like 5 people as their answer. So I just counted all of the votes for everyone, but there were a lot of votes in this one.
I mean, are they wrong?
Yeah, that's true. So we've got
You have a smaller list saying
Donkers.
who's most likely to not be a hungover, I think.
That's true. That's true. We got Bragg, Donkers, Ugo, and Din here. So, once again, 3 different votes. I'm gonna ask you, Lila, why did you vote for Donkers?
because everyone knows that guy loves drinking. But after the talk I had yesterday, I think someone else's name should be up here. That isn't.
Okay, fair enough. I wonder who that would be. I can reveal though, unfortunately, maybe as a result of Donker's not playing so much recently, he's fallen out of the mental headspace. It was actually Brack beating out Donkers by 1 vote, which does mean Kirby Derby gonna get another point here, gonna catch up to you, Lila, on 3 points, and take that tied first place spot. I mean, I think all of these. This is a tricky one. I think any of these, maybe Din's a little behind.
Yeah, true.
But all of these, they were all very close. 1 point separated everyone. So, yeah, tricky one there. Okay, most likely to commit a crime. Now, I did reveal on the post show yesterday that one of the votes was most likely that one of the responses was simply "I'm going to shoot Venom in the head." But that one didn't show up here because I don't know who submitted that. But we'll see. Okay, we've got a couple votes coming in, a couple different votes again. You love to see it. Someone is suspicious of me, in fact. Okay, and we've got a 2-to-1 split here. Lila and Kirby both voting for Ivy, despite her not even gonna be at the land, by the way. And then Alex, why do you think I'm a criminal?
Well, Lucas, of course, is a model human being, so I would never suspect him of any crimes. Hugo is probably too drunk to do any crime, and then what is the worst Ivy could do?
Unfortunately for all of you, though, the innocent man himself, Lucas, was
way.
the most voted.
I give up.
Well, hey, no points for anyone. It's not so bad. 3 questions left. You can still catch up here. Let's see how it goes. So, next question. Who is going to have the best greeting? So, like, handshake, high five, hug, whatever you want to call it. Who's it going to be? There are actually a lot of votes for this one. I've got tie as an option here. That means either a tie between 2 or 3 of the players, or you can just vote for the individuals. Okay, we've got okay, all the votes coming in. 2 votes for Ty, and 1 vote for Leo. Lila, why did you vote for Leo?
Because putting tie on like the only question where it's actually a tie would be the most bait thing ever. So there's no way whoever made this quiz did that. So it has to be one of the other answers.
I'm sorry, Lila. That's what I did.
Oh my god.
Okay, but I'm gonna make it interesting. Okay. Wait. I lied, by the way. No, I didn't lie. Yeah. So there is a tie. Okay. But this is what I'm gonna do. Okay. I'm gonna give Kirby Derby and Alex an opportunity here. Okay. So you guys DM me. Okay. Which players you think this tie could be between? It could be 2 players, 3 players. If you get me the names of all of the players that were in the tie,
Are the
Is
names
it-
on the board?
yeah, it's the names on the board. Okay. And unfortunately, Alex, I wanted to give you the opportunity to catch up, but unfortunately, you were 1 away. You voted Von Leo, but Kirby Derby actually got it correct. It was Von and Nitron. Yeah, people just expecting the nice greeting. So that's going to give Kirby Derby a lot of points, actually. Kirby Derby boosting up to 5, Alex on 2, and Lila on 3. So, hey, strong start. Still, there's chances to catch up. Now, next question. Who is most likely to have the best fashion sense? Who's going to have some drip? I mean, okay, another emphatic answer coming out from Lila here. And looking like WWE actually with the same choice. Let's see if Alex is going to feel similarly. Okay, Alex, gonna take the off road here. Voting for Swifty.
I have
Why
to
did you
do
vote for
something.
Swifty, Alex?
I have.
Taking the long shot.
I guess WSOC. That's yeah.
Okay, fair enough. W Swifty. And Swifty was the second most voted. It was the Fool who got
Are
the
you
most
trying to lose,
votes.
Alex? Like, why are you? Why would you not vote the fool on this question?
I would have voted for Swifty, but knowers know. This guy comes out in the full get up to every land.
Yes, he does.
Can't
I
beat
think
him.
I think I can only win anything if Shen is involved. I guess.
GG.
Okay, we'll see if Shen will pop up on the next question. Okay, on the next question, who's most likely to have technical difficulties? So the options are Nero, myself, Nitron, and Ether. There's a lot of reasons you could have technical difficulties. We'll have to see a couple different answers already coming out. Okay, so we've got 2 players voting for Ether, and then Alex, you solo voted for Nitron. Why was that?
Just a random guess.
Okay, fair enough.
I feel like the casters would have their technical things in order, right? Surely.
Surely. Yeah, well, maybe. And you were actually correct. So I think that's the first time you were not
Oh my
punished
God.
for being the solo voter. It was actually Nitron. Not that it mattered though, because Cubby and Lila still in the lead. Cubby Derby 6 points, Lila with 4, Alex with 3. And it does mean Cubby is just gonna take the win here, pretty handily.
W.
Maybe I shouldn't have given him that extra
Cubby.
point, guys.
I'll be sending you my PayPal later.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, thanks for being on the quiz. After this one, we're going to stay here and we're going to do some predictions for the games that will be played in EUSA. So, first of all, in the winners' finals, I mean, we have Don't Ask here already. We don't have a Hot Tofu representative, but it will be Ask versus Hot. What do the what do the Ask members think, Alex? How do you think it's going to go?
Might depend on the draft a bit. We're not very familiar with draft configuration with Lila, so we'll see if we can get it right the first time.
Okay, if you had to predict a game score, what would it be?
I think we're gonna try and clutch out the 2-1 victory, but it will be tough.
Okay. Showing some respect there. Lila, what do you think?
My goalie has 0 faith. It's the easiest series I've ever played on stream.
True.
It'll be the fastest 2-0, even faster than EUSL Grand Finals.
True. That was pretty fast. 25 minutes flat. Okay, and it's a 2-0 sweep. Okay, so we've got 2 votes for Ask. Cubby Dubby, the unbiased participant. What
Oh
do you
yeah,
think?
yeah, no bias whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, the objective fact is that we're gonna make it to Grand, you know.
Okay,
No
and
question.
okay,
And
so
then I think the problem here is, it'll be an uphill battle against Tofu, I think, because I have a goalie that doesn't like to play more than 3 games in a row, and we have to go through a bracket reset. So I think it will be a battle of endurance in Grands, and it'll be. You know what? No, I have confidence. We're gonna make it.
okay, who do you think you're gonna play in the losers bracket? Out of Ask and Hot, who's getting knocked down?
Who is I'm gonna say it's Ask because I'd rather fight them first.
Okay, so that's a Hot Tofu victory prediction there. Myself, I think Hot Tofu's been looking on form. So I think I'm gonna swing my vote over to them. I'll give it a 2-1. I think they've been looking rather scary. So we're tied 2-2 on the votes.
Unacceptable.
My apologies. Okay. So ask you guys think it's going to be Hot Tofu versus Circus in that loser bracket. Who do you guys predict would win that game? Alex, who do you think would win Circus versus Hot Tofu if that's your expectation of the lower side?
I do think Circus has a chance. Depends on if they have Venom drafting or not, but
Yeah, but that guy's lost. Okay, fair enough. But overall, you think Hot Tofu probably has the
overall,
advantage?
I think if it happens, Hot Tofu probably clutches.
Okay, Lilo, what do you think?
So, low key, I don't even think it's going to be Hot Tofu in the lower bracket. I think it's going to be us. So, I think you should just put the AS logo there. 2-0, fastest 2-0 sweep anyway, even though that's not the question.
Okay, so Lila predicted both that the Ask are gonna 2-0 Hot Tofu in winners finals, and that they're gonna 2-0
Exactly.
Circus and
They're just
losers
doing
finals.
it for the love of the game.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, fair enough. And Kabi, I mean, you expected that you guys would play Don't Ask. And I mean, you kind of said your answer, but if you want to explain a bit more what you think is going to happen when you guys play in your belief, Don't Ask in that losers side.
A magician never reveals their secrets. All I'm gonna say is we still have a few tricks in the bag.
Okay, fair enough.
Same
My
here, actually.
prediction. My
Akami
prediction.
probably does.
It's a bonk sweep. Put bonk on my thing. Bonk gonna come back in. You're gonna defy logic. Yeah. So hey, we got 4 different predictions here.
I'm down for this. I'm down for this.
Yeah. Looking like it's going to be a close EUSA playoffs. Anybody have any final words? Anything they want to say? It might be your last time on the EUSA or EUSA production for the season, unless you guys get the dub. So, if anyone has any shout out or anything, go ahead. Raise your hand for the class if anyone has anything to
Okay,
say.
I want to say that I'm sorry for the other teams because it's very unfortunate that my midfielder couldn't make it because I think they would have had more fun playing against Shen. Low-key.
Okay.
And you can take from that what you will. So
Okay.
enjoy.
There is a chance, but we might need content maxing for that to happen.
Exactly.
Okay. Cover, you got anything? Any possibly final words? we'll see how it goes.
W Sloth for keeping all this together and putting together
True.
an EUSA league for people to come
I hate
together.
Sloth.
I've enjoyed immensely the last couple months of competing with other people that I might not have had a chance to do otherwise. And best of luck to my fellow competitors. I'll be seeing you shortly.
True.
Best of luck.
Yeah. Lots of respect from everyone, other than maybe Lila.
Listen, someone has to make some
True.
content. We
That
can't be
is
boring,
facts.
bro.
No, that is facts. That's facts. Someone has to fill that role. But I think that'll be it for this pre-show. We'll be back soon enough with winner side matchup between Hot Tofu and Don't Ask. So don't go anywhere too quickly. We'll be right back with EUSA Season 4 playoff finals. But for now, it is goodbye.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back on this fine Sunday afternoon. We got some EUSA action this time around. We got winners final, Hot Tofu versus Ask, and I do not believe my eyes. We have an Inky's Splash Zone start, which is you don't see that every day. Only in EUSA, as far as I'm concerned. And more notably, we see the Luna ban. Like, what the hell is happening? This is a crazy draft.
Yeah, I think the Ask have honestly, I like this. I like this pick because they're locked in on the fact that Hot Tofu they like the Lunar Brawler on this map, and we saw it had a lot of prominence in Nassau as well. Players like Tempo Melon, 3Z Breezy whipping it out on Inkies. So I think this is a really heads up draft that you know even if it doesn't turn out, I like that it's showing that Ask are locked in on doing their research and actually very focused on the playoffs and what their opponents are actually playing for. Now, in terms of what's actually picked, of course, Drakkar banned. We haven't seen Atlas have any presence just yet, unlike EUSL, Drakkar Atlas 100% presence, right? We'll see if that rings true here. If one of these teams are going to lock it in. But for now, it looks like Hot Tofu are actually going to have this backline of Kai and Amy. It is... Whoa, okay, never mind. It's actually going to be Amy Brawler, I presume. We're going to have Atlas in the net here, I'm assuming, for Wood. And we're going to have Nitron on the Kai, Brack on the Amy. On the other side, Ask, once again, Estelle Zen, tried and true comp, classic. Just so much hits on, especially on the explosive entrance start. It's a very nice comp to pick. Of course, the Kai with the speed, quite scary as well to deal with, but I think that the damage pressure it has is very nice. Now, this error pick, I'm pretty certain that this is probably an error goalie pick because Alex is a big fan of the error goalie on this map. Personally, I'm not an error hater, okay? I'm not Scythen. I'm not a fan of it on this map. I think she can struggle quite a bit on kickoff. It's not so bad because you've got Zen and Estelle, right? The ranged hit stun characters. But I think she has quite a few troubles on this map. So we'll have to see. I mean, it's on Arlax to basically be able to pilot the pick optimally. And I'm sure, if he's whipping out in playoffs, he's going to have some confidence here. And that's just what you got to have. I mean, comfort over meta, in my opinion. So that's what I like to see. But on the other side, we see some comfort as well on the other side. Kai for Nitron, Wood on Atlas. I think, this is a sign that for Hot Tofu, Wood is going to be trying to switch it up and is just like Vastid in their winning series, that their goalie and eject player switch to playing the Drek Atlas. So I'm seeing from both teams things that are indicative of them being, ready for a championship series. They're ready to adapt, and that's just great stuff.
I think what's perplexing me the most is so essentially what Ask has done in banning Luna has conceded the Kai, which, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as Vaughn is concerned, rather, with his how to win Inkies every time tutorial, the Kai has to go. So they're essentially saying the Luna is more scary than the Kai on this start.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It could more so be as well that they are more afraid of Brack player-wise over Wood or Nitron who are going to lock in the Kai, right? Because, yeah, Pickshot still in Chile. I mean, he had a great season. Unfortunate that he's not able to show up, but they do kind of have this super sub, like S-tier second place player. And it's, a player that is definitely scary to deal with at an USA level or at any level, right? And it could just be that they don't want to play into that, basically, and they say, okay, you're going to play something more conventional. I think was probably what they wanted. Unfortunately for them, they're still playing into a midfield brawler here. So maybe it didn't work out, but hey, they've done what they want to, and we are loading in now. Inky Splash Zone. Let's see. We didn't even talk about the Awakenings. I mean, demo, explosive entrance. We're going to see a lot of explosive entrance. Other than on this Atlas, I think I wouldn't be too surprised if just everyone picked it up. Maybe the Estelle doesn't want it. Some people don't like dash range too much, but Yeah, it's just going to be everyone but Alex on the demo. Makes a lot of sense. We see double six versus double mags though, which is quite interesting, and we'll see how that translates to playstyle difference going into this first game.
Kickoff, oh my god, the ability spam, classic Inkies, you love to see it. In the first barrier, almost just about taken by Lila, but no cigar there. Good passing play between Brack and Nitron there, but yet it's still their team that loses the first barrier, and here come the buttons. Would just about well positioned enough to knock that one away for the time being as both teams congregate here in top lane. Crazy patience coming out of Kamakiri there to win the strike war and force the ball forward. But now it's actually by solo Aimi has gotten the possession here in top lane, but there's just too many buttons. The Crystal Thorns from Estelle enough to seal the deal, coupled into a really good primary. Lila getting the first goal within 41 seconds here for the side of Ask.
Yeah, and we haven't mentioned that Lila is going to be playing for Shen, right? Playing for the MVP of the league, a bit reminiscent, you know, of what happened in EUSL, where Kami, another Don't Ask player, was playing for Scythen, the MVP of the league. But they're absolutely frying on the offense. I mean, classic ticket off your bingo cards, 10 seconds Inky's point. Sometimes it just happens. But Lila, you know, a tested player. She's been around for so long competitively, and a player who's, you know, she's not unfamiliar with the game plans that you need to play on Inkies, and I think it's such a theoretical map, and that really suits her as a player. And I mean, like 11 seconds that time, they're just completely destroying on the offense.
I might have been spacing out. Was this Don't Ask's map pick, or are they actually just beast moding regardless? Like, I don't remember.
It was the map choice of Hot Tofu, actually. Hot Tofu, they've whipped it out a few times, but it's just Don't Ask to go in beast mode, I guess.
Okay, the more you know, and I feel like it's just going to go from bad to worse. The primetime pickup on Lila on this map. Dios mio. What's surprising to me is that it's the Kai at the back of the bus here. I guess has really just not been able to affect the play at all. You would think going into this match that would be like the BIS comp, but no, they're just really struggling to stay afloat. I don't even know if they've opened barrier. They might have, but I'm not too sure. Maybe this second set will give them the opportunity to definitively do so as they surge forward. They do lose the kickoff though, and Wood is not able to find the strike, and it's just a regression to the mean here for the side of Hot Toto as they let Don't Ask take their barrier once again. But there we go. It is open nets for both goalies. There goes the Kai, though. There goes Nitron, meaning that it is power play in favor of Don't Ask. They're doing their best to work the offense here, but the patience from Aimi is not quite enough. Almost an own goal, unfortunately, off the glitch pop. And the goal eventually is secured once again within half a minute. Lila TPing into place to knock that one into the top lane. And yeah, Don't Ask are continuing on the warpath here.
Yeah, I think Nitro on the respawn, not a great strike. Possibly influenced by the fact that, you know, this is the only map where you're spawning on the bottom side, and it can, you know, maybe mess you up. Maybe he was expecting to be in top corner and just was caught a bit off guard there, but you got to know the map, especially on your map pick. It is going to be possibly for the first time, as you mentioned, the side of Hot Tofu here breaking the first barrier. Nothing found on the offense just yet, though. Flips for both the brawlers here, but I think a bit scarier for Wood as she doesn't have a flip as well, although flip is spent there. Kill attempt came out, and so did the Atlas res, but possibly good for the side of Don't Ask that the kill wasn't found, as Nitron's still a bit low and lacking in the evade department, but still the build-up added to by this Amy turret gonna help out so much on the offense for the side of Hot Tofu. They're finding so much damage onto Lila, who has a flip. I'm sure she's just saying, get me the ball and I can flip it in the net, please. She's gonna look for something, but it's just shut down by Nitron, and all of a sudden it's looking very horrifying for the side of Don't Ask here with their midfielder, low HP, no evade on anyone, and once the offense of Hot Tofu is able to consolidate, I think this one is just going to be a point in their favor.
We have finally seen a point tick into overtime, but it's almost was looking like curtains there. But the double water activation is enough to just kill any offense that Don't Ask would have had going for them. And there we go. Waga Corp CEO in the right place at the right time to finally get a goal on the board for Hot Tofu. They stop the bleeding, albeit perhaps temporarily. They have to continue to absolutely scrap for these points, it appears, but at least it is one step in the right direction.
Yeah, and that was a better kickoff for Hot Tofu, but it didn't matter. That was a great native from Arlax, who, sneakily picked up that Monumentalist in the previous draft. A great awakening for Era. I mean, not the map where you think too much of Monu nados, as opposed to like the Tycho Night Market, but still very powerful. Although Nitrium with a flip there on the offense, they did manage to break the barrier, but still no goal is found. Great defensive striking coming out from the back line here. Lila once again low in this game, but Arlax has flipped, so not too scary of a defensive spot for him to be in. And Kami also building up that energy as well as Lila. And I think Hot Tofu have to score this one pretty quickly because the enemy forwards, and wow, that beam just caused Kami to find the kill. And now, I mean, Brack is going to have to pull out a miracle with this flip. And he finds a kill. But so much chaos. Kami has the flip, shoots it into the Atlas secondary still, and unable to find anything. Absurd triple comes out from Brack though, and so much chaos in this point, but eventually it looks like everyone is going to be back on the field, and now it's anyone's game.
So people are just flipping for aura this game. I don't think there's been any flip value. You saw the missed execution of the dash flip combo by Brack because the dash was enough to kill. Then you see Kami flipping in midfield and hitting the Atlas secondary. It's like nobody wants to do anything good with the big blue bar. But in the meantime, as we're pontificating, Don't Ask once again gets another goal on the board. Wood with a smart clear off the backboard, though, to keep the barrier, which is not so much the case for the side of Don't Ask. Arlox has lost his barrier. Granted, we still are seeing quite a bit of pressure up the other end of the field for the time being. This era not too troubled. Troubled is Wood, but Wood finding the smart clear once again and holding on to flip, which could prove pivotal. Perhaps looking to threaten here, but no, just delegating the work to the flip of Nitron, which is just enough to squeeze it in past Lila, whose strike just about misses, and we're 2-2 here on the set.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw for the first time in that point this kind of horror that is the Era into Kai, where the Kai can just barrage, and then what does Era do? I mean, she loves to be faster than whoever she's defending, which she can't really do with Kai, and she also can't really outshove him or, deny barrage. It's not a size-based ability, it's a projectile. So if Nitron is getting those opportunities, it's going to be very difficult for Alex to deal with. Flip, wasted once again, out by Kami. Unfortunate strike by Lila there, resulted in an own barrier. Kill is found though. So not too bad for them. Unfortunately though, the beam is up, which is going to zone Kami away. Lila was almost killed by that dash into the beam, and the barrier just holding strong for Wood here, and it's going to give their midfielder time to respawn while their brawler has a flip. So rough situation, especially with a kill found, and it's looking all in the favor of Hot Tofu to win this set.
The age check onto Arlax, not quite young enough to deal with that one. Corner flip once again gets it done. The haters silenced as scores are evened here. It was looking like an Ask sweep, but it's actually deuces here, a set apiece heading into the third one. We'll see what the pickups are. It's actually Brack picking up the team player here.
Yeah, I think they just said probably, who cares if Era gets Catalyst? And yeah, I mean, Alex just not wanting to take it. And it's actually going to be Kai picking Catalyst, team player, and they're not even drafting. Guys, pick some Awakenings, guys. Era's going to deny the missile prop here. Heavy Impact going to go on the Estelle and bulk up onto the Zen. I mean, it was a tricky draft to navigate, but I just think, I mean, Wood didn't really get anything, and there were some good things happening, but I don't know about that one from Ask. I think a bit of an iffy draft. We'll have to see though. They did lose their barrier quite rapidly, and unfortunately Lila dead into the beam as well, looking like a rough spot, and Alex just can't hold all by himself. And I mean, that's been a long string of points, I think, for Hot Tofu, making a comeback and getting the momentum in their favor.
They are in the lead in this series for the first time, I think. Yeah, because they didn't score last set. Yeah, so they definitely have Pit found a bit more of a stride here in this second and third set, but oh, that could be bad for momentum. Never mind, it's actually Centauro who ends up dying here. Kamakiri off the map for the next 13 seconds, and while that Brawler's in the sin bin, the power play is in favor of Hot Tofu, but they just cannot get it through. Wood being left to pick up the pieces in the goal arc as the strike war beckons in the middle of the park. It is won by Brack. The offense is being kept up in the corner. The corner flip once again gets it done in the face of 3 don't ask defenders. It still somehow manages to squeeze its way through, and it's actually set point here for Hot Tofu.
Guys, we need some natural remedies, something, some de-aging cream to pass those age checks. We got to lock in on the defense here. Those flips from that far are going to be frequent now that we've given away this catalyst, right? So you got to be locked in for those. Looking like another one might come soon enough. Brack intimidating here with the flip for this backline right now. I don't think Alex has a nado. They do react in time for that one, and that's a nice one, and gets it out of the barrage. Nice defense here, and it's going to be the chance of Don't Ask here to try and get some offense, but it's just quickly rotated away from. Playing on the top side though, probably where they wanted, but nice rotation to the bottom, which is exactly what you want. It's going to be actually not too productive for Hot Tofu. In fact, they're still trying to force their way through, but this is about as long as the barriers have held in this game so far. And a great dash actually blocks Wood's strike shot there by Kami. So great intelligence play there, and that does mean that that barrier will drop first. Nitron has already built his way up to another flip here. Kami's going to be forced out by that damage, and Lila on the bottom side. Dash is coming out in the face of Wood. Ever so patient though. Gonna hold on. Lila flip to shoot it to Kami, but still nothing found. That's all their energy gone. And now with the hit stuns coming, it's a scary situation. Wood trying to hold. Of course, the barrier advantage is great for the side of Don't Ask, but they need to get this goal in desperately as their brawler is getting shot.
Oh, I mean, oh wow, good circle out of Wood, enough to get it done in the defensive end of the field. Nitron with a good Kai barrage to unlock Arlax's barrier, meaning it's open nets for both goalies. Once again, Lila hitting it right into the storm, right into the path of Nitron, but nothing quite coming of it. Brack almost getting killed, and Wood getting hit stun. Kamakiri just about able to work that one through after what was a really protracted point. But we do once again finally see the side of Don't Ask get a point on the board, surge to a bit of momentum in their own corner. And speaking of corners, that's exactly where this ball is. That's exactly where everyone is. Offense is reshuffled down to bot playing, where you typically want to see it. And that was a stuff if I've ever seen one. I'm not entirely sure how that one got through. I guess maybe strike cooldown. In any case, it does mean that Hot Tofu have taken yet another set in pretty comprehensive fashion, and we see Nitron rewarded with the first pick here.
Yeah, I think that was just a matter of synergy. There are kind of two types of midfielders. The ones who want to strike first, so that their goalie gets the strike after, and the ones who want the goalie to strike into them, so they'll strike second. And Lila tends to like to strike first, so that her goalie can get the strike. But Alex was also attempting to strike first, so a bit of lacking synergy there. In terms of draft, though, we're seeing Aerial's Kai, very scary stuff. A hot shot deny out on the Atlas, who not going to be too sad with the Omega infused. I think, double size Atlas hasn't gotten too much so far, but I think that's going to be a nice pickup to have some speed. On the other side, though, the Deadeye quite scary, I think, on this Estelle. Maybe the strongest picks in this draft going over to both the midfielders. But we'll have to see if the damage actually matters. A kill found by a great nade of Alex with the Monu with the missile prop there, just finding a kill on the enemy goalie, and the recovery drone is popped. The barrier's down, and Alex trying to walk up, but he's punished completely by Wood. Both goalies brawling it out against each other. You love to see it. And now it's forwards in the net, trying to hold it down. Great blink by Lila to hold it. Great patience on the strikes as well, and gives their goalie time to respawn. And now looking to transition into the offense here. Still, though, need to be wary of this Nitron flip, which is going to be used for a kill.
I mean, that's like kill number 3 on the board. That one seems like that one felt intentional. I don't know. I can't really say much about the NATO. I think Wood just kind of got caught in the crossfire there. But in any case, good play by the side of Hot Tofu. They're looking to really land the plane here. Another goal notched in spite of the heroic double man defense on the part of Don't Ask. It's just not quite enough. The power play is ultimately unsustainable. Wood feeding it here into Wagacorp CEO, who's trying to do everything themselves but can't get it through. The turret coming up just short enough, or just too short to actually apply any meaningful pressure on the lock there. But the lock does fall. Wood with a great preemptive circle in the middle of the park to completely deny the flip out of Kamakiri. Aimi is alive. Good live out of Wood, even though it was ultimately unnecessary given that their midfielder dodged. And still, we persist in this point. Wood now looking to fly, rips the flip, but is snubbed out. A good glitch pop keeps the pressure on, though. Wood mashing the circle, buying time for their midfielder to go back and heal. And all the while, their second midfielder, Nitron, is able to just get it done point blank, shoving it right past the defenders of Don't Ask. And yeah, I mean, now it's already match point here for the side of Hot Tofu.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 1 goal away. I mean, no energy right now, but oh, okay, Nitron lived. That was iffy. It's still low, but has Catalyst. So I mean, off that NATO alone, he got 2 energy bars. By the way, how ridiculous is that? And they've gotten the first barrier down, just 1 step away from getting this first game. Kami and Lila trying to hold it on the bottom side, but it's just a dash of Brack onto Arlax. Gonna find their hits on in the goal. And I mean, Ask after a 3-0 dominant first set there, Hot Tofu recovered and got it done in stylish fashion on their map choice, and gonna take us into the next game. So great performance from Hot Tofu to get that win.
I don't know if you could call it like a scaling comp or maybe just a lock-in. I'm not entirely sure what snapped in their heads, but evidently something did. Just completely ran away with that match after getting hammered in set 1. I think it's not. I can't even really say it was like a KO differential or anything like that. Maybe it was. I mean, that I'm looking at it. It's 6 KOs to 3 KOs. So in theory, double the KOs, but the raw quantities are so small. You can't really say maybe they were just clinical on the power play. But whatever reason it might have been, Hot Tofu now in the driver's seat in this winners final. Winners. Yeah, we're in winners finals.
Winners, yeah.
In this winners finals. Now the pressure is all on Don't Ask. They have to win 2 on the bounce, which is going to be so difficult into this second seed. Hot Tofu definitely laying a good foundation for a potential winners run should they be able to win on. I believe we're going to Lab next. Correct?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, we are. And I think Inkies is just a game where it's literally just a game plan difference. And that's probably why Hot Tofu picked it, and they're confident that in this league, they have the best plan on Inkies. And we saw very frequently they were doing as they should. They were attacking the bottom side. I also think, as I mentioned before, I'm not too big of a fan of the Aragoli. I think the Atlas is a much nicer pick, especially I think they kind of got gamed a little bit because they saw the Kai and they saw the Amy and they said, okay, it's Kai goalie, Amy midfield. Okay, that's what we know. And that was my expectation too. So they lock in Era expecting a melee character to come out. But then they just get completely counterpicked, playing into 2 range. Like, who are you going to beam, right? You're going to hit the Kai that's like miles away, or the Amy who's miles away. It's just not a very fun matchup for her. I think in the early game, probably just the Awakenings, I think that benefiting from that explosive entrance was a bit more favorable for this comp of Ask, and that was helping them out quite a lot. The speed was very nice for them, I think, on the kickoffs, and the kickoffs were looking very strong. They got 2 goals within like 20 seconds, but still, I mean, after that, I don't even know if it was a matter of scaling, because I mean, look at this Estelle's build, right? This is a pretty disturbing, freakish build, as well as the Zen build. That's really strong. 2 staggers, Foth. I mean, really good builds. Of course, Catalyst, pretty broken on any character. Kai not the biggest benefiter of it, but still a very strong pick. I just think it was a matter of Hot Tofu. They picked this map. They've got the game plan for it, and they know what they're doing. We're moving on. I mean, of course, it's Ask map pick, but I always say this. It's more like neutral ground. It's that lab. Everyone can play at lab. Honestly, I'm surprised that Ask picked at lab because Kami, I know, is a hater of lab. He doesn't like the map. So I'm generally somewhat surprised. I guess looking at the later maps, they said this is the one that will favor the most. But still, I mean, I think definitely a map that Hot are going to be comfortable on, and we're seeing here Fight or Flight, Timeless Creator. Yeah, very very strong picks for certain characters. So we'll have to see. I mean, Nitron, we've seen him whip out the rune before. Something that's exciting. Could see it play out. Problem with that is like, do you want to be the midfielder or possibly the only player who doesn't have the FOF speed? It kind of makes it scary. It's a bit like Among Titans in that regard. Like we saw Blob Gap pick the triple heavy impact, but they were just missing out on the speed. Sometimes speed is just broken, best stat in the game, so a bit scary to deal with. It's looking like it's going to be Hot Tofu with the first pick. I mean, of course, the Atlas. We saw them win on it. I wouldn't be too surprised if they just say we're going to ban Drek and then pick Atlas, but I don't know. There's lots of options here early on in this draft. I'm excited.
I feel like likely, yeah, the lockdown will probably change hands here. Arlex has a good Atlas, right? I'm not mistaken. I'm not tripping, right? Okay. Yeah, then presumably, I just feel like the Era goalie was not getting enough value on the offensive side of things to justify the abysmal defense. As far as I'm concerned, there were so many scenarios where Arlex just had to defend like 2v1s with just strikes, and that did not look like that. Was not necessarily the most winnable thing, I must say. We do actually see the Atlas ban. Goodbye, Atlas. Don't ask, not wanting to deal with them once again, which is pretty understandable. The Drek going the way of the Dodo as well, which is, I guess, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. We'll see what Hot picks first here. Could set the tone. They do just put the fries in the bag with the Estelle. Go figure. Probably going to... it's answered with the Kai. Man, okay, we were so excited over like unconventional drafting last set just to end up on AtLab with this BS. Yeah. So, you know, I guess you can't win them all.
Yeah, I mean, this is reminiscent of like earlier on in the season where it's just Estelle versus Kai, right? I mean, it's a good map for both these characters. We do see Ask actually picking the rune. You know, I mentioned I expected maybe Nitron might play it. This Estelle could go to either Nitron or Wood, right? I think maybe with what's been picked, she's just gonna pick in a melee character. Oh no, I was wrong. She's gonna whip out the Amy. You love to see it. You love to see some non-melee. And I think Ask as well gonna whip out an eject goalie here. I mean, it might be Alex Rune. We never know, but I think it's more likely to be Alex and Kai. I would love to see an Amy versus Rune goalie matchup. But we'll have to see. Still, Hot Tofu rounding out their comp with the Asher, a very scary pick. I think Kai can be quite nice into it, if that's what their goalie is, just to walk past her, because there's no goalie where you're like, yippee, I'm gonna 1v1 Asher in an interaction right now. So Kai just being able to run past her, get the job done before it reaches her is quite nice. Unless the offense is just permanently on their side, and then it's kind of just cooked. They're rounding out the comp of us though with Juliet, a character. It's been so strong in EUSA. I think might have had the highest win rate I saw on the pre-show, something like that. With a certain number of games played, it had a very high win rate, something like 65%. And Kami, one of the players that certainly contributed to that. So we'll have to see. I think both teams have great comps. I think the Amy goalie, we've seen it played. I mean, hey, Blobgap got a win on it versus Wildcards, but still it's fallen out of favor. But I do think Wood is the player that's going to say, lock me the Amy anyway, and try and whip it out and go beast mode. So let's see. I mean, it could, of course, be Wood on Estelle, but I'm holding on to hope that we're going to see the Amy in the net. Okay, I was wrong, GG. Unlucky, guys.
Yeah, fair enough. There we go. Yeah, it's much more stereotypical pick, unfortunately, in this day and age. We'll see how the comp on the other side of the field is rounded out imminently. It's going to be who's in between the sticks. It's going to be, well, I would tell you if they weren't name off, but yeah.
Hey, it's Alex on the rune. You love to see it. You love to see it. This changes a lot of things. It's going to be the Kai for Lila. She's repping that Kai skin, and I mean, I love this rune pick on this map, especially the Timeless. Such a great start for him. But honestly, I've never seen Alex play this pick. I've maybe heard that he might have played it a couple times, but I mean, it's all on how well he can pilot it and how well he can fly. I mean, I just want to see him fly. So let's see how it goes.
Arlax winning the situation with a couple good strikes, reminiscent of last game. Another good one found through down to Lila, who's able to redirect it towards the barrier of Wood, but no issues there. Pretty much just a strike away is enough to seal the deal. Wagacorp CEO stalling for time, allowing Nitron to set up with the turret, but another well-placed pillar from Arlax is enough to deny the pressure. Crazy barrage onto Nitron, who was on full health. Like, was that what I thought? Was that whatever? And anyways,
Yeah.
we're doing things in corner. Things are happening. Good redirect out and around, but it's called out by something or other, meaning that Arlax is the first goalie to experience an open barrier. Both brawlers very, very, very low, very in a bad way. There goes Juliet. Good. Oh, W pillar
Okay.
into self pass. People are saying Arlax rune is lost. What do we think about them apples, guys? But in any case, power play still persists. Open net for one side, whereas Wood is able to push up and affect the game a lot more aggressively thanks to the safety net provided by that closed barrier, or closed goal rather. But still, we're seeing just a lot of beating the ball back and forth. Another strike out of Arlax. TP's upward to deny the down. And yeah, neither pair of forwards really able to do much of anything just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is holding exceptionally in this open net. I think, especially. Okay, my bad. My bad. Don't ask. That one is on me. Back just gonna force it through. I think in terms of comp, I'm a big fan of Kai plus Rune together. Either way, you swing it. I love, Kai has just great face value shoving, and then once the ball is moved up, the Rune can just punish and make a pillar so that it's gonna stay there, right? Lila not going to be staying anywhere though for the time being, taking a little bit of a vacation here, and that's going to give a big opportunity here. No pillars available to Arlax, it seemed, and it's just going to be a flip, no nonsense play here, trying to force it through and just get it down the bottom side, and it's looking crushing. I mean, it's very hard with the midfielder off the map. But I think basically it's just going to be up to how well Alex and Lila can play in a double midfield type of style, because I think that is how you play Rune Goalie optimally. I don't think it's the best thing to do where you just sit on your barrier. You got to get involved in the play, do those pillars for offense, and you got to form them. I mean, I think that's the big advantage Rune Goalie has over Rune midfield in terms of playstyle. He forms pillars way more. Sad boys, nicely done.
Oh man, they still do get the.
Oh no.
They still do get their dividends at the end of the day. The barrier is still taken after an unfortunate angle. Also, power play once again in favor of Hot Tofu. Timeless Asher gameplay happening here. The button mashing not quite enough to get it through, but the flip certainly should be. A bit of an unorthodox angle to say the least, but yep, Brack does get it done eventually. 3-0 for Hot Tofu, and they're seeming to be able to break through this rune quite trivially thus far.
There's Hotshot on the field though, and Siege Machine, and even Glass Cannon. It's looking like Hotshot not going to drop to the Rune. I'm curious to see what Alex is going to opt for, because he has a lot of creation duration already, but just going to pick it up. Now, Alex, if you can hear me, what you need to do now is focus on forming those pillars. That's what you got to do. You have double duration right now. They're lasting like 90% more. And you gotta lock those in. It's gonna be the Amy picking the 1-2 punch, a nice pickup as well. Juliet gonna get that glass cannon. I think it's not the best into this double hit stun backline where you're probably going to get hit a lot, but it can provide some value. Lila not going to be in any survivability troubles, I assume, and we're just going to get some nice scaling, lots of cooldowns, and it's actually killed by the Giga Blast onto Brack, and now's your chance, guys. Lock it in. It's time to get your first goal of this set and this game, rather.
Crazy snipe by Lila there. That was really impressive. And they do get rewarded with a really clinical power play, able to take both barriers. Kamakiri looking dangerous here, encroaching on the paint, but not quite able to get it through. Defense is now shifted to the right side of the pitch, where it is once again one pretty handle. Oh, bang! Goodbye, Lila. That's a bit of like for like, eye for an eye kill trading here in this point. Asher now getting a kill onto that Kai. Power play might low-key be useless. No, there we go. Nitron is able to prove me wrong, and power play is actually decidedly useful. Barrier and goal taken. Very good offensive play from the side of Hot Tofu, picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very rough if the Kai is taken off the field. Like, there's not too much of this Rune and this Juliet are able to do. Kami, though, kind of gliding with the move speed and finds the dash punch to secure that second barrier. Great pillar, and it's actually just rolling in. I don't know, maybe afraid of Giga, maybe something that the Julie had, but there was nothing to fear. It was just the ball. You don't gotta evade that. And that is gonna be the first goal for the side of Don't Ask. So a nice swing for them in this second set.
First barrier once again falls extremely quickly, but the creation spam out of Arlax is definitely enough to keep the second one nice and safe. Flip not used by either side just yet. Very scary situation. I feel like if the ban did not come on to Brack there could have potentially even been a double power play there had the Asher had the requisite buttons to secure a kill. Kill is found a bit unconventionally off of the middle. Black Hole in the Strike War 1. Nitron, age check just a smidgen. Oh, wait, that's not Nitron. Sorry. Lila, age check just a smidgen there. Nitron's on the other team. And yeah, the goal does once again go through for the side of Hot Tofu.
Yeah, I think I would. Oh, bang! I mean, okay, 2 points in a row. Kami has walked into the black hole. The first time he died, the second time he got a double barrier. So, guys, keep gambling, okay? That's what I've learned. And it's just gonna be a goal. I mean, what an interesting point. They just got the ball up once. Kami found the hit stun. It was a great pop to just find the double doink, and now 0.5 in this set, and this is the swing. I mean, you definitely don't want to get to be one set away from losing, right? Obviously, but you just need to tie this one up. If you don't ask, oh my god, I saw the future where the banished ball rolled through the pillar, but it's looking just fine right now for the side of don't ask, and they are finding a kill. So now's the opportunity that they need to punish.
We'll see if they can break through here. The power play being potent. There goes the first barrier, one apiece for both goalies. That's all the value they can squeeze out of that particular man advantage. Great clear by Arlax, but it is red and then some by Nitron. And it just goes from bad to worse. Kill onto that poor Kai. Lila being sent to the sin bin for the next 7 seconds, which could prove decisive. Yes, they do. Another set win for the side of Hot Tofu. Tofu? Yeah, Tofu. And now they are just 3 points away from taking this series.
Yeah, and this is scary now. It's looking like, I mean, Estelle's lost with the sparks, so I think someone should opt to deny that for their sake. And it's actually not too bad, you know. The side of Don't Ask, they have 2 players here right after each other in the draft. They're going to get Heavy and extra special here. Not wanting the Imi to get the extra special, I think, and Heavy just nice for the Juliet. But still, good things being picked up on the other side. I mean, they don't deny the spark here, so this Estelle, very strong now, I think. This Asher picking up more size. Monu on the Imi, I mean, that turret is hitting like a truck. Don't tank 2 hits of the Monu 1-2 punch Imi turret. It's not going to end up well for anyone here. Lots of pressure in the corner. I mean, Rune has a nice matchup into the turret. Can just click any ability and it basically shuts it down. But still, I think Don't Ask are going to have to play very well with this team player. Because if they don't, I think this draft is largely favorable for the side of Hot Tofu.
That said, it's actually asked to open the net, and now they're looking ever so scared. Granted, this Joey's low-key dead as hell. Yep, but oh, live! Okay, and it's just enough. The distraction bought by the pinata smashing of Kamakiri is enough for Light to sneak through the back door and make things happen. Bleeding once again slowed for the time being. Don't Ask getting of notching a point on the board. And we'll see if they can fold this momentum into a couple more. They're looking scary. They almost take barrier, but Wood is smart enough to bat that thing clear. Good double play through Wood and Nitron there to once again assuage the situation and get that thing out of dodge. 1 goal at 1. Okay, no longer any barriers in the hands of Don't Ask there. Arlax was a wisely placed pillar to deal with Wagacorp CEO though, and that is a lot of damage coming onto a lot of people. Portal could prove, I mean not Portal, Black Hole could prove really pivotal here if Nitron no brains and walks into the explosion.
Okay.
Actually, I think he dodges the explosion, even though he was out of the range. I don't know what that flip was for, but at the very least, at least he's still alive. Better safe than sorry, I guess. Crazy situation up in bot lane. Lila opting to just say no and back pass to Arlax, and whoa, okay. I guess no dodge onto Nitron means that play just about works, and Don't Ask are surging back to life here. 2 points on the bounce.
Yeah, honestly, after you said at least he's alive, I saw Lila's Giga and thought, oh my god, he's dead. But he did live. Unfortunately, they lost, and they lost the flip, and it looked like a great start for Hot Tofu. But wow, what a double barrier by Kami, finding the perfect angle there. Brack's flip going to be used. It actually breaks the barrier, though. It was more of a flip for tempo or to help out with the defense, but it found so much value. Nice pillar, though, going to help out on the offense here. Going to give Lila a bit of breathing room, but she doesn't have too much. Still staggered, finds a nice strike wall. It's all on Kami right now as she's trying to get the ball into his hands. Arlek's gonna have another pillar soon enough, but still rough defense and just nothing he can do on the Monyu Rune. Their primary already down, and they just shoot it in the top side. And yeah, getting back into this set are Hot Tofu.
Just 2 more points required to run away with this series in just 2 games. Ask doing everything in their power to stop that. Couple of good defenses there, forcing this crazy bot play interaction. And wow, I mean, Kamakiri getting absolutely punished for trying to force the issue there. Low-key dead as hell. And especially now that they have no dodge, a coordinated surge of damage will do the trick. There goes the Julie. Power play in favor of Hot Tofu, and they capitalize instantly. There goes the second barrier. There does not go the goal. There goes the goal. And it is now match point, series point for Hot Tofu unless Ask can do something.
Yeah, I need Ask to lock in for this final goal. I mean, Nitron is going to have a flip to his name. Alex already has his. I would love to see Alex go with the most aggressive play, run up, maybe TP back if he has to. I think that might be what they need with his flip. But especially with Lila taking off, with Mrs. going for the angle, and Alex, it's your moment to fly. You have the TP, you have the secondary in your net. Walk up, brother. Okay, he's gonna stay, try and hold on the defense. Flip comes out, but it's not greatly used, and it's just the Asher on the front, just gonna shove it through solo. Doesn't even need the flip that he just got. And I mean, dominant at lab game coming out from Hot Tofu, winning on Don't Ask's map choice even more convincingly than they did on the Inkies that they wanted. And they're gonna be sending Ask to the loser side to play against Jammy Circus, the side who will face each other in Grand's. Impressive performance from all the members of Hot Tofu here. I think showing great drafting, just great comps, knowing how to play the map well, and they did enough to get the wins and looking very comfortable and dominant so far.
I think especially with all due respect to everyone else involved, it just felt like Brack was on another level in that game. Just was getting kills for fun, was winning every interaction in corner, was shoving, was stuffing, was doing everything right and by the book. I think probably the stronger of the 2 brawlers, picking up more than double the goal contributions for whatever that's worth. Not to mention Nitron and Wood doing well to play their lives to hold the side of Don't Ask to just a couple KOs altogether. Good stuff. And perhaps, yeah, maybe a flying rune would have changed a thing or two, but the save differential shows that the defense was pretty concentrated on one side of the field. Don't Ask having a tougher time getting it out the back against this Asher, backed up by an Aimee and perhaps even an Estelle. Outclear was never really in the cards. So a good clinical execution of the game plan there for Hot Tofu, and they will be booking a date in grand finals with either Jammy Circus or Don't Ask, which we'll see who that is imminently, because we will be throwing to a quick break before we head into that losers final. Wait, have we seen losers final? Am I insane? No, we haven't.
No,
we're doing losers finals just now, right? Okay,
Yeah.
That's what we're going to after this break. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Quick little intermission there, but we are back to business here in losers finals. We have who we just recently saw, Don't Ask, now pitted against Jammy Circus, who've been waiting for them all week. I don't know. Whenever they ended up playing last, I got them sent to losers. In any case, what that means is it is now decidedly do or win or go home. This is do or die for both of these sides, both vying for a second shot at the chip here, coming from the loser side of bracket, should they be able to prevail. But it's definitely going to be a tough ask for both teams here. Jammy Circus has shown an incredible capacity to fight. A 35-minute night market game last week comes to mind. And Don't Ask is Don't Ask. Sub or no sub, very formidable team. So I foresee a tight series for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this one, I don't know. It could go either way. I think that Circus tend to be a somewhat volatile team. On any given day, they could be going beast mode, or sometimes things might get them a little bit down and playing a bit worse. But for playoffs, you got to show up with your best mental and get it done. We are seeing Night Market, Don't Ask, going to be on the blue side. And whoa, rapidly filling in the draft here. It's among Titans, bulk up start. I think it's unlikely that we'll have the same not picking among Titans shenanigans, right? As we did in the grounds of EUSL, but we'll have to see. It's actually Ask. You know, they're on the blue side, and I think it makes a lot of sense. They're gonna force the Atlas give and gonna say, okay, Circus. I mean, are you gonna give us Drek? And Circus say no. So Ask is just gonna get Atlas for I assume Arlex gonna put the prize in the bag for this one. I would love to see him fly again and force Lila on the Atlas midfield, but I think it's unlikely. Circus, I mean, their draft not too shabby though. They've got the Kai and they've got the Dubu here. Dubu that I think is gonna be on Brawler is my prediction. Alongside Kai in goalie. Whoa, it's a Mako too. Actually, I don't know where everything is going. Wait, let me think about this. Who is this Mako on? I've never seen Jammy whip out the Mako. I think that it could be forward Mako. It could be Doom in midfield. The thing I'm most certain of is Jammy plays a lot of Kai. It's probably Jammy on Kai. But outside of that, where are the Dubu and the Mako going to go? I mean, we'll have to see. Ask certainly have the more conventional comp. But hey, sometimes the unique and unexpected comes and pays dividends, especially, you know, on a map like Night Market. Having these shoving heavy characters who are just big and annoying to get through is really scary. Like, I played a lot of Dubu midfield in EUSL and Cheb. I think it's a really strong pick, and I would love to see it whipped out here if they're comfortable on it. Now, possibly it's actually just going to be Mako goalie, Kai midfield, Dubu brawler, which is a bit more conventional. But if we're seeing some big guys comp coming out from Circus here, I'm hyped. I'm excited to see something like that.
I'm perplexed. I mean, are they pulling a Venom Yami and going? Also, that's so funny to me that the only instance of Mako in all of EUSL was Venom Yami doing Mako midfield. But that notwithstanding, maybe that'll be the case. Maybe it'll be Mako. I feel like Doom is probably a little more potent in the middle of the park than a Mako, especially with these awakenings. But yeah, really, this is a mystery comp. We were actually talking during the intermission about how many people are low-key kind of just whimsy maxing between EUSL and EUSA playoffs. These rosters have been so out of left field in many instances. I mean, what comes to mind is Grands yesterday. That was the role swap of Doom and Despair. I mean, even earlier, you actually saw Circus, one of the teams involved in this series, having another kind of unorthodox comp. They were running the Octi goalie with the Iron Spear forward, and now they're returning to their whimsical ways here. So I'm really interested to see how this shakes up. I can't really, like, if I were a betting man, never bet, don't be that. But if I were, I would say Mako goalie, but I can't. Like, I don't know. This is so insane. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I think if you said, hey, we're being conventional, like, let's just put everything where we know it's effective on this map, it would be Mako, goalie, Kai midfield, and then Dubu brawler. But you never know. I think that if you want to play the Dubu and the Mako on the front line, this Among Titans start is about as good as you can get because what do these slow big characters want? They want speed. And they can cover everything. You know, the rotations a bit less potent when they have all this move speed, but we are loading in now, and we're gonna find out shortly where everything's gonna end up for Circus. Actually, I think Ask are gonna be the ones on screen. Hey guys, why aren't they on the other sides? I want to know right now where everything is going. I mean, on the Ask side, nothing too unexpected there. I'm just gonna lock things in. The Atlas, the Estelle, the Juliet, very strong picks. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about Circus, but the Ask comp is very nice. Has the Julie, which I always think is
Oh
great
my
on night
God.
market. And oh my
Oh my
god,
God.
guys,
Oh my
we're in for a
God.
banger. We're in for a
Oh,
banger.
good.
Mako
I guess
on the
we'll
midfield,
see.
Super Brawler.
I guess we'll see what happens. I'm kind of speechless. This was not on my bingo card, but they're already looking to get their big fat bodies in the line of fire. Swifty and Kirby Derby unable to make things happen there, though. The defense is won by Arlax. Once again, a pretty conventional lockdown, so we'll be a bit more amenable to these stuffing situations. Kirby Derby standing on top of Jammy, actually just perma-banning Jammy from touching core. All good. Does mean the defense is won one way or another. Kirby Derby now surging forward, trying to just spam abilities up here to clog up top lane. Almost left himself open for the kill there. Kamakiri seemingly not having the kit or the positioning to find it, though, meaning it's still 3 apiece. Okay, Caster Curse of the Century. That's not true. I've had a couple other worse ones. But in any case, does mean the first barrier falls in pretty rapid fire succession, or rapid fire fashion, rather, as Kirby Derby vies for the second take, but it's just not quite enough. The Dubu unable to work the space effectively for the time being. Does ring the flip out of Arlax, though. So as we head into overtime, this goalie not necessarily sitting pretty.
Yeah, I think what's interesting so far is, I mean, I'm not surprised that out of everyone, Kirby Derby is on this Dubu. He's kind of the Dubu player of the team. But what's more surprising is that once again, Circus are kind of playing this role swap. If you look close enough, Swifty's kind of brawling, and it's worked out for them before. They feel very comfortable just transitioning. But usually they play it when Kirby is maybe playing something like the Juno and Swifty's on the Asher. But Swifty, speaking of himself,
Oh my
finds a
God.
great ult to catch the ball. And what do you do against that, by the way? Like, yeah, I'm Atlas. He had just used his secondary, and just not looking playable on the defense there. And yeah, I mean, the role swap, you love it when, as a team, you're just able to be so fluid, and it makes the drafting so scary. I mean, who is playing what role? What characters they're gonna play? There's infinitely more options if you're able to play these rotations, and it's looking strong so far for Jammy Circus.
That said, the Circus kind of with their backs up against the wall there. Lila's
Yes.
Faye just about stalling out the Dubu wall, which is great for Lila and bad for Kirby Derby, because now this offense is going to be a little trickier, especially now that Log has been expent as well, meaning this Dubu just has roll and now has nothing because he's dead. He is dead. Power play in favor of Don't Ask. That said, might be a bit difficult to negotiate the space here. Swifty is, as the name would imply, quite swift, even on this Mako pick because of the Among Titans pickup. But still might not be enough. Kirby Derby is able to just second goalie. Is Loki goalieing more than Jammy? Jammy's dead, but we still do have a Dubu in between the sticks, meaning we have 2 goalies in between the sticks, actually, or at least conventional goalie characters. So this power play is high-key a non-issue. They're just able to beat that thing away, but the speed or lack thereof does eventually bite these people in the back. Especially ripping the secondary and all that, but still not enough. Dubu just a little too fat to get to that one. Good stun by Lila as well to just seal the deal, and we are 1 apiece here.
One thing we haven't mentioned is that, you know, it doesn't really look like it, but Kami doesn't have Among. He has the size from his teammates, and he has the bulk up. I mean, a great Juliet awakening. And I don't hate this choice. I think that sometimes Brawler going the other awakening is kind of underpicked. The size loss is not too crazy when 2 players pick it. The loss of the beloved midfielder might be a bigger one, as so much damage comes out. Barrier is going to drop here. Flip does so much damage to Kami, but still nothing found just yet. Swifty trying to work on this top side, but still they're just trying to find this damage, and KO onto Kami going to be taken off by a combination of the Mako Primary and the Giga Blast there, and the corner offense coming in strong here. Swifty kind of taking the role of the midfielder temporarily. Kirby Derby with some dribbles, but still the defense has just held enough for Kami to respawn and find a kill, and a complete reversal of that power play, and now it's an advantageous situation for the side of Don't Ask.
Jammy looking to hold here, does have flip, is also kind of flying, straddling that midfield line, but perhaps to their detriment, because Kirby Derby shot right through the heart. Do not believe they had dodge, meaning it is now open nets for both goalies. Crazy physics interaction there happening off of the Swifty secondary, but it's not enough to seal the deal. Still this forward looking to encroach and ask difficult questions of Arlax on the D line, but does not get through. Kirby Derby now finding the funnel, though, and this could be dicey. Great sword angle out of Arlax. Oh, Christ. I mean, that was kind of a good bounce off the median there, but it did feed it right back into Swifty. If it's any consolation, that is one flip off the board, meaning the energy is really stacked in favor of Don't Ask heading into this point.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, Jammy has a flip, but, you know, piloting the mum boots, mum boots on both goalies, by the way, you can't fly as much as you might be able to on something like the Eject Kai, which is going to make, you know, using the flip for offense a bit trickier, and I think sometimes it can be a little bit of bait, walking up trying to flip for goalies. Going to be the flip for defense, no nonsense here, as offense comes out, both ults of the forwards are like going to flip and find a great strike around, but still not the best situation for him. Lila going to pop her flip and going to receive a nice chunk of healing from that Atlas here. Still, so many people in KO threat right now. Swifty trying to work it a little bit alone, as Kirby is quite low, unable to participate with the Juliet harassment here, and just a very neutral state here. No one finding anything. Kirby Derby with the offense here has flip, gonna use it and break the barrier here, and that's a big advantageous swing for the side of Jammy Circus, looking to find their third and final goal in this set. Still, the side of Don't Ask holding strong on the defense right now, but the offense is just everlasting, it feels like. Ball does eventually sip through, but Swifty has built his way up to a flip, and if the ball gets to him, I think it's over.
Well, you said it. There it is. Set one goes in the favor of Jammy Circus. And it is Swifty on this Mako getting the first pick. I mean, I don't even necessarily know what Mako Brawler wants. I can't say I know the match. Like, do they want rapid fire? I guess we'll see. I'll let the drafting speak for itself.
Whoa, okay, what's the demo? That's interesting. I mean, I think that Rapid Atlas is annoying to deal with. The thing is, there's also Missile from Atlas, so both aren't great. So maybe just thinking, okay, we'll trade the Missile and the Rapid, and I think size is great for a Mako Brawler and for the big guys comps in general. So it's a nice pickup. The Orb Dancer for the Estelle, not really the character you want the Orb Dancer on, but I mean the Juliet still gets 1-2 punch, a great pick. Although possibly the Spark of Power going to be the greater pick here. I think especially on a winning set, you love to get those sparks, and you know, Dubu can do a lot of damage. Those slams, with enough power, that's going to be hitting like a truck. So we'll have to see how it goes. Of course, they do have an Atlas in their back line, but still, the knockback potential is great, but the goal-breaking potential even greater, as both teams are just going to break these barriers back to back, and now the open net for both teams. Scary situation for anyone who's looking to defend here.
They pack enough mass behind the ball to get it done, though. Now, the Circus looking to transition to offense, but a good preemptive secondary out of Arlax is enough to stall out that attack. And, I mean, the momentum is actually equalized here. Great flip out of Swifty to find the opportunistic kill onto that poor Brawler. Now, that's a very temporary, ethereal power play in favor of the Circus, which comes to nothing. A couple of really smart saves out of Arlax is enough to seal the deal in that particular instance. Kirby Derby not able to win up against two bodies in the middle of the park. Swifty not in a position to come back and help. There goes the flip ripped on both sides. Energy a bit more
Nice.
tepid, but no energy needed for that particular interaction. Swiftsy finding the strike to bot lane and getting the first goal of the second set.
Great strike on the Atlas primary, just clinical there. I mean, it's a bit easier when you have that Mako one size passive hitbox, but still a great play. Now, in terms of this matchup, yeah, I mean, oh my god, I mean, Kami looked for a cheese kill on Kirby, but it was actually Lila who was punished by a Giga Blast, I believe. I was gonna say, back when, you know, I was playing a lot of Dubu midfield on this map, Juliet was kind of my least favorite character to play into, because he just looks for cheese kills on you the whole time, and you have to play melee interactions, and you're so big, and you could just get cheese killed so easily. They don't need the cheese kill there though, as Kami just gets the ball and shoots it in the bottom corner. Easy stuff. But I think with Kami already having two of Juliet's best cheese kill awakenings, that this matchup is going to be really rough to deal with if Kami is finding these cheese kills consistently. But I mean, Swiftsy has shown his capacity to find the cheese kills too, so we'll have to see who's going to get the better of the enemy team in terms of that.
A lot of energy coming out to play here. The flip in the middle of the field, not quite able to do anything there. Kamakiri now looking a little dicey. Should they challenge at the wall? But it's actually Curvature who almost gets murked there. But the knockback in this second set is still not scaled to such a degree that a kill will be found there. Arlax being put in jail, but is able to break free. A couple of helping hands is enough to defend in that particular instance. The out clear a bit optimistic, though. Jamie able to get on the end of that. No issue whatsoever. But now Swiftsy is looking a little low, gets his orb stolen from him, and also kind of noobs the redirect there, feeding it right back into Lila, and not able to strike there as well, but is still looking to push this offense, but at their own peril, kind of dying, must be said. Jamie and Kirby Derby all the while trying to defend. We got 3 people in the goal arc right now. They are just flooding the zone, and they're able to layer their strikes to perfection. They're getting it out, but they can't really do much on the O line when everyone is in the D line. Still, they do capitalize off of some core speed to take the second barrier, and Jamie is maybe looking to fly with Flip here. Will be held to his own zone for the time being, but in overtime, things could get a little messy.
Yeah, absolutely could. And wow, I saw the future where that one hit the middle, but it's just the Dubu wall, I think, with so many rebounding core speeds coming together, as well as a Giga Blast in the mix. Just so many awake abilities coming through, but of course, about half the time, Wall will always win. And you know, despite Kami's cheese kill, Swiftsy in that point was able to trade it for a barrier, and on this map I think barriers matter more than players. Sorry guys, you don't matter that much. And it's once again Circus starting out with a strong offense here.
They do take the barrier, and Jamie's able to reposition really well to make sure that the second one, or rather his first, doesn't fall, and maintains Flip, mind you. So very good situation to be in. Does have to rip it here, but Kirby Derby winning a very important strike war. If that went awry, that might have been a double for the side of Don't Ask, but this Dubu getting it done is looking to continue to get it done here. The flip is useless, and the cage, same thing.
Oh my.
But both, I mean, you do get a power play out of that chaos. A lot of damage was dealt to the 2 defenders of the side of Don't Ask, one losing their life. But they just can't, the side of Circus is really struggling to push this power play. They do get it through. That kills? Okay, I'm going to take note of that. I'm going to
that was staggered. That was staggered. Yeah.
Okay, okay, that makes a lot more sense. In any case, power play is still up for the side of, there we go, for the side of Circus, and they land the plane there. Another goal found. 2-0 here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in terms of matchup, it's annoying to play into Juliet as Dubu. But this character in the midfield, I swear it's so broken. Like, you have to get through this Dubu, who is, like, he's a Dubu. And then after that, you just have a Kai after. Like, oh, what's the point? And the Kai is just going to be infinite speed, perma feeding into the Dubu, who is going to get maybe some more size here, maybe stagger. I don't know what Kirby's prioritizing. Yeah, some size on both the forwards. Extra special is massive on Mako. I think that ability on forward is just her best one. It's her win condition often. So having extra special is crazy. And of course, hot shot so powerful. I think this draft is just, you know, more bad news for Don't Ask fans all around the world. And Circus. I mean, they've lost their first barrier, but they found the kill. So much momentum for them going into this, and it's looking so rough for the side of Don't Ask.
Kirby Derby doing his best to keep the heat onto the tandem defense of Don't Ask, and they lose out. Good play by Dubu and Mako there to take barrier. Jamie, no slouch himself, able to get that clear with a really well-placed barrage, holding on to that top barrier, enabling him to fly like this. Is a little hesitant to force the issue there. Forcing the issue is Kirby Derby, though. Great wall into log, into missed strike by Arlax is enough to continue this pain train for the side of the Circus. Now only 2 points off victory.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing a lack of strike layering synergy here on the back line. You know, I think Lila's doing well, but there's not much you can do about this lack of synergy when, you know, they're used to playing with a different midfielder for like 13 weeks, something like that, in a row, right? And it's just punishing them so much in the back line. I think one thing that I've been seeing consistently from Jamie that I think is such a heads up play is constantly when Kami's looking for these dash punches. Okay, he didn't do it then, but was constantly looking for the Giga while Kami would be near the edge as he looked for a dash punch. And that just is gonna wear on the mental of Kami. Now Swifty with a flip, not gonna actually result in their barrier being hold, so great chance here for Don't Ask, the first one they've had in what seems like a long time, and that's a great blink from Lila, making use of the explosive entrance to just punish the outclear of Jamie, and Ask trying to say, hey, we're not out of this one just yet.
Excellent read there by Lila, opening the book and getting the score. What you want to see, a bit of reprieve for this blue side here, and they're looking to continue laying down the law, taking both barriers really quickly. Arlax sitting on flip, might be looking to fly here, but man, it's just so hard to get it through this comp. Kirby Derby rolling backwards onto Kamakiri. Great application of stun there to force the ball back to where this red side wants it to be. The Circus, Jamie surging forward, trying so hard to get that out. There's like three. Everyone is in net here. I don't know if I'm watching Omega Strikers or Arsenal, but no matter which way you slice it, they do eventually get it out the back, looking to establish some sort of counterattack there, but they can't. The stun is too powerful, and now it is a power play in favor of the side of Don't Ask, but they're not able to convert the Julie, just a little too stubby to get it through. Jamie finding a really smart clear out the other end. Arlax flying, but flying right into the flip. Kirby Derby ripping it and getting it out of dodge, and now as overtime beckons, I guess I was gonna say neither team looking particularly troubled, but the trouble, there it is. Flip from Kamakiri to once again get a goal. Don't Ask looking good.
Okay, yeah, I mean, a bit of a meltdown there in the backline from Lila, but they recovered, and all that matters is they scored, right? Flip, just perfect shot from Kami. No nonsense Kami angles for him in that one. Looking for a cheese kill. I think actually that Estelle beam unfortunately displaced Kirby Derby a bit too much. But still not too bad for them. Of course, they did lose their flip, which is not great. And this offense is looking so strong. I mean, even the Kai barrage from the back line with this missile prop is rough for Atlas to deal with. You know, the primary of Atlas does not beat the primary of Kai alone, you know. And it's just another thing that's hurting them, although it's Don't Ask who have a great offense here. Are going to force the flip out of Jamie. You know, they were the first to drop that final barrier. Swifty does have the flip to his name. Alex going to pop his, I would say, rather preemptively. Didn't find the much, and they also lose the barrier. Swifty, I mean, surely he gets this one in, and now 1 goal away from Jamie Circus taking this first game.
It's looking grim. It is looking grim for the side of Don't Ask. If it's any consolation, marginal advantage as far as energy is concerned. So if they can drag this to an OT type situation, they could be in the running. But I mean, it's night market, so it's not a given. But they could just put the issue to bed right here.
Okay.
Actually, there we go. Brief stay of execution. They take this 4th set and their third set, and now are richly rewarded in the draft department and could be mounting a comeback here.
Kata. Yeah, I mean, okay, Kami not gonna get baited by, the Adren or the Heavy here. The Catalyst is broken, especially on this map where points will boil down to who can break the barrier, and guys, Flip is pretty good at breaking barriers. Just a Pro League tip for you there. On the other side, though, team player picked up for the dupe in midfield. I think more so you just don't want the enemies to get it so that they can pass around you, right? But Lila gonna pick up more of that dash range. It was already, doing big work, I think, in that previous set. So a nice pick for her. Along with this glass cannon, something that, I mean, that's just a great awakening for Atlas, right? Alongside those mum boots, going to be moving around rapidly here. And that's nice to have. Swifty, though, going to pick up that adrenaline rush that Kami opted to not take wisely, which could be scary. He's been finding those kills, and I think that's something that could be rough to deal with. And a bit more move speed on Kai, both goalies picking it up. Nice for both of them. And so far, no second barrier dropping just yet, so we'll have to see who can mount the first offense. Lila, I mean, maybe wishing she had a bit less dash range there as she jumps to her death.
I was about to comment on Lila's capacity to just go to Narnia and back, and as I was formulating that thought, that happened. So, interesting mental caster curse there. But in any case, we're seeing even numbers once again. Both teams prodding at each other here in the middle of the park. A lot of crowding in that bot side J corner is not quite enough to get it through, but Kamakiri is able to hit it on the second time of asking. Arlax left all by his lonesome, able to hold on the first time of asking, but Lila doesn't even strike, leaving Kirby Derby the ball on an open platter, a nice platter, something like that, able to tap it into the open net top corner. First goal in favor of the Circus.
Yeah, Lila, I mean, she definitely recognized her mistake there of, just not striking it into the corner. But, out of everyone in EUSA, Lila has the most competitive and playoff experience, so I don't think it will get to her too much. But, I mean, Circus are definitely getting to Don't Ask right now, breaking both barriers so rapidly on that one. There's nothing that Alex could do on the defense to hold that, and their midfielder taken so low here. They definitely don't want to give this kill over to Swiftsy. I mean, at least he doesn't get the Adren proc, but you'd love to have your Estelle right now because looking like it's going to be a corner offense marched up the field here by the side of Jammy Circus. Great flip, though, out by Kami. Going to punish the misposition a bit of Jammy. Unfortunately, the Estelle beam doesn't find the stun, though. So still in the game for Jammy Circus. Lila back on the field, though, looking for some momentum here, looking for some aggression. Swiftsy with the ult, nothing found just yet, as Lila's trying to force it through these Dubu and big Makos, but nothing just able to be found for either team on the offense, as Swifty's flip was wasted there. Nice barrage, going to move the ball into Swifty's hands. It's going to force the flip out of Alex here, but the ball just ends up rolling into the hands of Kami, and it's actually a kill found by the primary of Lila onto Jammy, just hugging the edge a little too much, and that is a goal, a miraculous one, I'd say, for Don't Ask.
I mean, I'll take a miracle where I can get one. Great fortune, great fortune, and that was not fortunate. That was deliberate. Good stuff by the side of Ask to keep the temperature hot up onto this the Circus, not Hot Tofu, Circus side. In any case, Strike War won by Lilith, which not quite able to do so on the second time of asking. We do see the first barrier fall for the side of Don't Ask. Arlax flying. Look at that Atlas speed. He's low-key the fastest guy on the map, in spite of that base speed being quite low. Was able to mount some pressure, but the pressure was not quite enough to get it past Jammy and friends. In that case, it was enough. Arlax not needed. Arlax now needed in between the sticks, is able to find a couple clears, but loses or gives Lilith a losing strike war. Luckily not punished too much, but this could prove punishing. Swiftsy opting to flip for damage, though. Positional advantage decidedly in favor of the side of Don't Ask here. Just goes from bad to worse. Arlax is just left out, hung out to dry in the cold. 1v3, cannot do much of anything there, and it is now match point for the Circus.
Yeah, I mean, shocked expression on Alex's face after that one. And yeah, that was just a crushing blow for Don't Ask. And once that adrenaline rush starts flowing, it's a long day, but someone else can find kills in this game. I mean, the Shuli build is pretty crazy for it. It hasn't picked up anything more than those first 2 awakenings, but it's still so threatening, especially as this Dubu. You have to be so focused the whole time. Kami's going to be lurking you, and you just have a big hitbox that you're going to have to deal with it. Kami, with the assistance of the Catalyst, going to build his way up to a flip. Great strike by Lila, just going to counter out the flip of Swiftsea. Alex was a bit cautious there, almost the own barrier found, but luckily enough, it was not. Unfortunately for them still, though, Alex's flip was used on that play, and Lila still quite low HP, desperately not wanting to feed an adrenaline rush proc, so they're trying to work their way up this top side. Lila just teleporting from the defense to the offense in one fell swoop, as Kami looking for something there but was unable to find the flip opportunity, and the ball just rotating once more into the hands of Swiftsea, who's not going to let it slip by him this time, going to break that first barrier there, as Kami unable to do the same on the other end, and it's looking like Jammy Circus is so favored here, 1 goal away, 1 point is all they need, and Kami and Lila, you know, they built, oh no, that was an own barrier, I think, and now all of a sudden, don't ask, back in this one, Kami has a flip, they just need to get the ball onto the offense here, and if they can, I think this is a scary situation for the side of Jammy Circus to be in.
Oh, but Scary is having to rip the flip there, but Alex doing not enough at the end of the day. The angle is just about missed. It's not riding the wall. Instead, it bounces right back into the fortunate hands of Swiftsea, who has the wherewithal to tap that just out of reach of this fast Atlas and seal the deal, secure the bag, and take the first point in the series for the Circus. Might I note this game was 10 minutes shorter than their last night market game, and it was still a slog. So, man, yeah, both of these teams decidedly came to play and could still be anyone's series as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few creation characters that weren't picked up that could have made this game a little longer. We didn't see the Asher or anything of that nature, so we can thank the teams for that. Ask, again, third loss in a row here. I mean, I hope they recover, but that's something that's going to wear on them mentally, coming out of a losing series to Hot Tofu, losing this first game to Circus here. Not what they want to be playing into. I mean, thankfully for them, I mean, Circus did opt to play Night Market here. So the next map is going to be Oni Village, which was Ask's choice. And that's what they need. They need to get the reset on the map of their choosing and focus up for it. But outside of that, I just think that the win condition for Don't Ask, where they have to repeatedly find these cheese kills on Dubu, was just not looking consistent enough. As opposed to this great shoving, I love the big guys comps on Night Market, and I think that it just becomes so hellish to deal with. I mean, which lane do you go through? And even if you somehow get it by one of the Mako or the Dubu, it goes into the hands of a Kai, who's just going to feed it right back to them. And especially on this Among Titans start, I mentioned it, these big characters having that speed is just so big. You know, it's nicer as Dubu to get 10% speed than it is on Estelle, in my opinion, because you're just everywhere and you're shoving better than her. Like, what's my counterplay? And I wonder if, you know, a part of that game is Lila, you know, she came back a little bit, but, you know, she played in a time where who picked Dubu Mako when Lila was more active? Not a matchup that maybe she's played into. So, you know, maybe this awkwardness, this unconventionality of the comp might have been a big payoff for Jammy Circus, and yeah, great showing from them in that game one.
You know, I feel like the Whimsy Maxing has had a relatively tumultuous record here in playoffs, but there we go. The big guys getting it done. I think you had a very prescient point about the fact that typically with that comp, the win con is to just rotate around them, but Jammy was just there. He was just there to feed on the out clear time and time again. He just feed it right back into the shove comp. It just seemed like as far as I'm concerned, the side of Ask was really looking for these opportunistic smash and grab defenses, whereas Circus, I mean, their offenses were definitely smashing, but they seemed to be a bit more persistent, a bit more prescient. Yeah. Obviously, both goalies sitting on relatively equal saves, meaning that in the grand scheme of things, the offense split relatively 50-50, but very good execution of the game plan there from the Circus. Now sitting on series, or rather, the series is now in their hands, going to Tycho. Surprised that Tycho's second pick. That's typically our leadoff. Really? It's the gate. Wait. Oh, Tycho's the drum icon. Sorry, I was looking at the little icon.
You're not the first to be manipulated by that icon.
Loki, peep this, guys. So my Subway Surfer top score is like 633,000. I feel like if I play Subway Surfers and just pause intermittently when SMG is casting, I can if this game goes as long as I think it's gonna go, I could low-key beat my Subway Surfers high score. So that might be my side quest for this particular series, if it proves to be a long one. But in the meantime, any thoughts about how this Oni game is gonna play out?
Yeah, I think, I mean, first of all, these two maps, I mean, they're about as different as you can get. I think that the less I mean, if the Circus could whip out Dubu Mako forward on Oni Village and win here, they might be the best team I've ever seen. I don't think that they're gonna opt for that. What I am curious about more so is what the state of roles on these forwards of Circus is going to be like. Are they going to stick to playing Kirby in the midfield? Because I think I don't recall if they played it both games of last week, but I remember certainly that they did play this role swap in the previous week of playoffs, and of course in the regular season we saw it a few times as well. And it's as I mentioned, it's such a threatening and annoying thing to deal with. So we'll have to see how that goes. Now, in terms of Awakenings, Fire Up demo. I mean, of course, you know, you can pick some nice brawlers that everyone has always liked on this map, like the Rasmus with size. But I wouldn't be too surprised if we're seeing triple Fire Up here. The one thing that's super similar about Night Market and Oni Village is that the points can certainly boil down to who has the energy, right? Other maps, it's a bit less, you know, he who has the flip has the point. But sometimes what you need to break the barrier is just having the flip, especially, you know, the defenses sometimes are just more coordinated than the offenses on this map. And that's why people tend to complain a lot, like Oni Village goes so long. I think, you know, we've developed to where the offenses are a bit better, and it's less the case more so, but still having those flips more frequently can be very nice, especially because Catalyst is in the pool, and Fire Up Catalyst, it's very frequently just game winning, right? So you don't want to be the person who's having to deal with the enemy team who has those awakening combinations. We do see, I mean, this is going to be a Drek, right? We see an Atlas ban, a Kai ban for Ask, and yeah, Drek first pick. Is that the first Drek we've seen in all of EUS, by the way? Would I be wrong in saying that's the first Drek? I don't know. Maybe we saw it before and it was unbanned, but it's certainly been banned a lot. It's probably going to be on the Scully's, my guess, but I'm sure it's a flex pick here. Could go in the Brawler slot as well. I think Ask probably just want to lock in the Estelle here. Nothing too fancy. And then maybe the Dubu for Arlax, I wouldn't be too surprised. Possibly, if Arlax wants to whip out the rune again, hey, ball out, I'm so down. But I think probably gonna lock in something melee. It's actually gonna be the Rasmus here, which, okay, I think Rasmus with size, that's good at a surface level. But do you want to be the brawler who doesn't have Fire Up here? I don't know. That's scary to me. I think if you want a brawler, like, of course Zen doesn't have a great matchup into Drek, but if you're playing for the energy, it's a bit nicer. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, of course, it's comfortable for Kami, and comfort definitely is important. So we'll have to see. It will be Circus who will pick up the Zen here, and quite scary. I don't know what Arlex is cooking on in the backline here, because a lot of his picks taken off the field Of course, the Dubu is the one main one that is remaining, and possibly if he has a Mako in his locker, it's something that suits his style on this map. So we'll have to see. But Circus gonna need presumably a midfielder here, right? So I wonder what they actually have left. I mean, maybe they want the Rune. Yeah, it is gonna be the Rune locked in here for Swiftsea, which does make a lot of sense. Does mean that they're gonna be role swapping back, and yeah, to round it out, it's actually going to be the Mako here for Arlex. So yeah, they saw what Swiftsea was doing on it, and they don't want to deal with that anymore. They're going to have the Mako this time, and let's see how successful it's going to be for them. I'm most curious to see how many fire ups we're going to get. Any prediction on number of fire ups you got, Jiggle?
Let's see. Alternatives demo. I feel like Rasmus would be remiss to not pick the demo here. And then, knowing my luck, there's probably going to be some random BS that's completely over my head that justifies someone else taking it. So I'm going to say the over-under is 4. 4.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I think it depends. My guess would be 5. I think like Raz is the only one where I wouldn't say send that guy to the mines for 500 years if he doesn't pick fire up here. The others just don't make sense. The one thing is like it can be annoying, especially on this map, to have a size disadvantage in those strike wars. It's not nice. So if they don't want to play into that Rasmus who's bigger than them, you know, maybe there's that aspect. But I just think that flips, they're so strong on this map. Especially, I mean, at least early on in the season when Oni was in the map pool in week 1 to 5, we were seeing often I felt like teams were struggling to convert on the offenses on this map. And certainly, players have improved, and especially, I mean, these are the top teams in EUSA, so they're above the pack. But still, even for the best teams in Europe, just that flip availability on this map. I mean, as a goalie, like on Only Village, it's just cringe to play against a flip. What do? He flipped in my face, like he shot it at my barrier. I have like 10 frames where maybe I can guess he's gonna strike, but like other than that, it's kind of cooked, especially with the combination of stuns, like with the Estelle flip primary, the Zen, the Rasmus. Like there's a lot of combinations that just make it literally like, I mean, you can evade it, but it's still very hard. We are going to be loading in, and soon enough we'll know how that's going to go, but we'll have to see. I mean, if ask this is Ask map choice, so it's all on them to lock in and win this one, basically.
Interesting fact check I did when you were talking about if there was a Drek in EUS. I went on Wikipedia, and of the 13 games that were played in the totality of EUSL playoffs, the last 2 weeks, a Drek was picked in 8 out of 13 individual games. So that's like a 61% presence rate. So there was actually a lot of drecking off that was happening last week.
Yeah.
But I guess this is probably the first instance of an EUSA Drek in a long time. So we'll see if it ends up paying dividends. First barrier is taken, granted, Drek not too involved in that particular play. Kirby Derby looking for a rapid fire double, but Arlex has the presence of mind to strike that away. All too familiar Oni Village type beat happening right before our eyes as the rotation to the topside J corner doesn't end up in much of anything. Kamakiri looking to get lucky on the second time of asking, already up to level 2, able to throw out that tentative hook or prospective hook for stun, but it doesn't quite work out. What works out is that pillar from Swiftsea. Good call out onto Arlax to take his second barrier. Open net situation. Very scary, especially with a pillar putting it right into the path of Kirby Debris, who just had to win one strike war and came up trump. So there's the first point. Not actually going into overtime, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, I think that just a few misstrikes on the defense there just resulted in the barriers for Don't Ask being dropped a bit sooner than they should have been. And yeah, Kami finding not anything just now on the offense. I mean, Drek is just really annoying matchup to deal with. For I mean, that guy doesn't really have a bad matchup, especially on a map like this where you don't want to play like Dubu, who maybe has the stun potential against him or something like that. Like you can, but you need to be really locked in on the offense. Great kill found though by Swifty off the banish, but on the other end, what matters, I would say, more is that the barrier was dropped by Circus there. So despite losing their goalie, oh no, they are still going to lose their barrier. And now all of a sudden, Flip is coming out. Nothing found just yet, but it's just a nice strike there by Cubby Dubby, finding the better of the back line. And that was the fire up speed right there. First to proc it and got the job done.
It's looking a little grim for the side of Don't Ask. They're really struggling to convert. Granted, it's sample size 2, so I would put money on them to definitely find their bearings later on in this series. But for now, it is all the Circus taking their first barrier and also beating out Kamakiri in the middle of the park. Does lose in the second time of asking, though. Kamakiri now looking to encroach into the pain of Jammy, but Jammy able to bat that thing clear. There does not go Lilith. Lilith, the beneficiary of a very bizarre angle off of that pillar there to continue to survive, hugging the midfield line, desperately trying. Oh, wait, I was going to say desperately trying to proc that Mag Souls, but does not have Mag Souls. Actually took the Slick, so it was kind of just walking back and forth in midfield for fun. But ultimately, no matter which way you scratch it, that means the midfielder is still alive and is slowly taken back to a spot where they'll be able to affect the play a little more directly. In the meantime, just opting to cut pass between the two Circus forwards. Doesn't really work out. The Kamakiri now surging up into top lane, but eats a banish and eats a pillar and eats a Centauro primary and a dash, and Jammy flips him just for good measure. There goes that brawler. Absolutely unsurvivable situation. Arlex finding a really smart clear, though, to make sure that their barrier holds in spite of the power play. Whoa, another really good one, and incidentally feeds it right into Kamakiri, who's trying to get this offense going once more, but it's just so hard given that it's Oni Village. Both teams really struggling to make anything happen here.
Oh, but it is Kami finding a great hook and then strike. But still, the rotation just right around the secondary of Arlex. It's still the opportunity here for the side of Don't Ask. Lila with a great blink to the top side. Swifty was just showing, a lot of faith in his team. The thing is, he was, I believe, banishing for the secondary of Mako, but that doesn't work. She just keeps beating those drums. So yeah, I think a bit of a misplay there, and is going to result in the first goal of this set and this game here for the side of Don't Ask. Looking for something where we see once again, these barriers traded, nothing too out of the norm. As Kami building his way up to a flip, his not as potent as the others, but if he's able to just break the barrier with it, he won't be too sad, and doesn't even need it to break the barrier. Still gonna have to pop the evade there, and does mean that now all of a sudden the energy situation is very favorable for the side of Jammy Circus, having both flips on the forwards. Gonna be one popped here of the fire up coming out, but no barrier found just yet. Another one found, but Arlex and Lilith are holding everything, and actually get Lilith on the other side with the fire up speed, gonna get the goal. And I mean, that's a horrific 10 seconds for the side of Jammy Circus.
Guess you take what you get. If you are a member of Don't Ask, it's not your fault if the opponent slips up. They're able to capitalize brilliantly and almost take that second barrier, but the outclear is found due to the two forwards of this red side stacking on top of each other. Swifty almost eating a primary at the cost of his life, but is just about high up enough on the y-axis to not get killed there. Double banish coming out. Here comes the damage onto Kamakiri. That forward still trying to get in the play, though, is actually knocking Jammy to within an inch of their life. But the Drek showing enough presence of mind to hold flip until that moment, which it was wherein it was required. Now everyone congregating here in bot lane. Arlex all too eager to continue that action, knocking it right back down. Flip coming out, but Flip absolutely useless. Great clear by Jammy, not to mention a second strike or one. Really good stuff out of this Circus goalie. Evidently wants to win. Now, cannot win to this, though. The pressure from Kamakiri and Lila a little too oppressive, and Lila just able there on garbage duty, taking out the trash and knocking it into top lane for a set win for Don't Ask.
A great composure from Don't Ask. It was looking like a rough start, and then I feel like Arlax kept his composure way better later on, and Lila just doing so much in that set. And already, guys, it's a catalyst. It's right there. Kata fire up. I mean, so punishing to lose by 1 goal, and then the enemy team gets that massive power spike. Of course, it's not the worst draft for the South Jammy Circus. They've got the Spark potential scaling and the Glass Cannon. The speed is quite nice. Speed on the other brawler as well. This Chrono Boost going to be picked up. Orb Dancer going to be taken away by Jammy. I mean, could be nice for the Drakar here to be able to move up. Alongside the Bulk Up, I don't think going to be doing too much on the Mako, but ultimately, I mean, the focal point of the draft is certainly this catalyst pick up for Lila.
Very perhaps quick point beckoning here. Arlax is able to hold for the time being, but I really don't know how much this Mako has left in their kit. I guess ample time will be bought for the ability recharge, though, because Kamakiri and Lila are doing a good job to keep the ball up on that left side of the pitch. Okay, all good. Understandable. That's happened to me more times than I'd like to admit, so I can't even flame. Pick your head up, Arlax. GG's go next. Unfortunate way to concede and perhaps kill off a bit of Don't Ask momentum there, but I'm sure they'll recover.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they just need to stay composed. I think, yeah, they just gotta keep the vibes up, even despite that moment. And they've got to be able to handle this flip. Nice cancel on that secondary. Comes out by Kirby Derby. Gonna leave Alex a bit of a disadvantage, but has worked his way up to a flip. Nice damage there. Comes out onto Zen, but I don't know if they're going to be able to find a kill. They're looking to work on this top side here, so good spot for them to be in. But flip just going to be popped, and it just transitions to the offense so quickly. Another one comes out from the enemy goalie. Everyone with about 6 million move speed here, especially with that Mako drum beating for the side of Don't Ask here. Kirby Derby, oh so low. Swifty looking for something on Lila, but Lila taken off the map there. So many flips just came out. I can't count how many. No energy whatsoever here. Kirby Derby still has battle scars right now, but going to pick up the orb and recover to be just fine. Lila back on the field though, so power play didn't result in too much there. And still, it's just this neutral state again. Kami trying to work on the bottom side, but the strike resets coming out and paying off dividends for the Drakar in the backline for Jammy. A great banish comes out onto both of the backline members of Don't Ask, and finally results in a barrier break for Jammy Circus here, and now they just need to convert onto the offense to get their second point in this set.
Looking dicey, but they actually get called out and lose bot side barrier here. Flip out of Lila in the middle of the park. Enough to get it done. Crazy double stun. Neither forward of the Don't Ask duo taking any chances there, layering both of their abilities on top of that core. Nothing Jamie can do, save for dodge, and even then, I'm not sure if you get the clear after the fact. Great box built by the side of Don't Ask to surge back to a point, as I foretold. Arlax losing bot side barrier, but it's whatever. It's Oni. Arlax now walking forward, putting Swiftsy in the cage, such that midfielder was not able to save the top barrier, if he even wanted it, admittedly. Lilith now pairing alongside Arlax to get that ball out of dodge. Kirby Derby suicidally surging forward, does get the barrier and gets the goal, thanks to a nice pass out of Swiftsy, and 2-1 now for the Circus.
Yeah, and we're getting to that point again where flips are kind of building up. We're going to see a few in this point, right? And they're just so strong with the state of the game. Like tempo, like flips for tempo, I already think are really nice to play for. And like you can flip from anywhere, and it's a flip for tempo with this awakening. But first, I mean, you need to have your barriers up still, and that's what Circus are able to hold. But it was the side of Don't Ask who lost both of theirs. Lila might be losing her life soon. Tried to find that Estelle beam, but was just a bit too fun. I think just that jump carried the momentum, and she was actually killed. So unfortunate for her. Arlax with a nice hold here. Still has flip. Not for long though, and it's actually going to be Jammy flipping and shooting it in that top side. Arlax couldn't do much there without his flip, and that's the second set going over to Jammy Circus. Luckily enough, I don't ask though. I'm sure there's not a second catalyst waiting around in this draft.
Jammy, looking at a lot of good options here. Opts for the hot shot. I think that's probably Biss on the direct goalie, given the options at his disposal. Leaves a lot of stuff open for Lila, who opts for the fight or flight quite understandably on an open map like this. And mobility is really the name of the game here. The explode being picked up by this Centauro, not to mention a lot of knock-on damage potential as well. The Among coming out of the Swift Sea rune, enabling that mobility to help win that midfield battle up against Lila, kind of going pound for pound in the mobility department there at the expense of some size.
Yeah, we'll have to see because I wonder. I think it might be a little. Okay, first of all, Jesus Christ, the barrier just getting dropped so instantly. But on the other side, the same story. Something has definitely shifted. At least for that one point, both goalies just letting it get a bit out of hand. I was gonna say that there might be some struggles here for Swiftsy strike warring this Rasmus, who at this point is, you know, way bigger, but doesn't even need to strike war when he's just perfectly positioned to punish the clear of Arlax. And I mean, at that point, the offenses were just overrunning both defenses there, but in the end, it was Jammy Circus finding the punish. Yeah, I wonder how many interactions Swifty's actually going to have to take versus this Rasmus, because I think, like I said, it's a bit scary being so much smaller. He's actually just pushed so aggressively, looks for banish on the enemy goalie. And a flip opportunity for Kirby Derby here is just going to break the barrier, and Jammy Circus looking to close this one out so rapidly. Their offense is just looking overwhelming right now.
That said, I was going to see that said Kirby Derby taking a little low, but I guess he's just auxiliary. I guess we low-key don't need him because Swifty's able to just tap it past Arlax, no problem there. Does mean that the Circus is 2-0 here. Just one more point to give them some really strong draft momentum as far as I'm concerned, and they're looking to do just that, score that point. They do take first barrier within the first 10 seconds of the affairs here in point number 3. Arlax not smart, not dumb enough to get called out by that, what's it called? Molten Bolt out of direct.
Yeah.
In any case, up on the other side of the field, we see that first barrier get taken by the side of Don't Ask. It's one apiece here on the diagonal. Things could potentially get a little slow should both goalies be on top of their game. But the beckoning power play for someone, they're both killing each other. Surely there will be a man advantage soon, unless this goal is just scored instantly.
Oh.
There goes Lilith. Power play is finally set up. I was kind of willing that into existence, and it has finally come. Arlax doing his best to hold, somehow holding, but it's just not enough. The damage is too oppressive. The 3-man offense of Circus is enough to get it done there, and they are now just one set, 3 points potentially off booking a date in Grands.
And that was a rapid point as well, by the way. Within like 2 or 3 minutes on that one. It's going to be Swiftsy on the rune, rewarded with the first pick. I mean, of course, has a lot of options. Also the peak performance, but I'm surprised none of these midfielders have decided to pick up team player. It's actually going to be Kami denying the enemy goalie. And maybe that was a mistake in their drafting. Maybe they really didn't want the Sen to get more damage, which is reasonable. But at the end of the day, it's going to be maybe Kami looking for some passing plays. Size picked up by both of the goalies here. Nothing too crazy, but not so bad. They're both characters that benefit a little from it. But in general, this draft, not as strong as previous ones. Both midfielders getting something good, but in general, I think it's still just a matter of who's going to be able to play more. And so far, it's looking like it's Jammy Circus once again dicing those barriers.
Arlax stepping up, ripping the cage. It's enough to buy time for the 2 forwards on his team to come back in health. Now, those forwards congregate here in a conga line in top lane, just doing everything they can to try to shove that through Kirby Derby and co, but they just can't. They can't. The strike warring is coming up. Circus, and so is the scoring. Flip proving to be a bit unnecessary there. Ultimately, it's Arlax who secondaries that thing into his own net. But I don't think Kirby Derby will be complaining nonetheless. They have a point on the board. Don't matter how they go in, so long as they go in. Now, both teams surging forward. First barrier does go the way up the Circus as they look to take the second. But the defense from Don't Ask holds, and they secure their first one as well.
Circus just playing with so much confidence right now. They have so much momentum, scored so many points in a row, and just feel like they're just completely in control of this game. Banish is found on Lila, and as a result, no one to assist Arlax there on the defense. Their barrier does drop. Kami with a great flip though. Just aware that Lila was gonna pass him the rock for that one, and finds a nice primary there. Gonna get the ball through, and perhaps I spoke a little too soon because despite that point seeming rough for the side of Don't Ask, maybe Circus were kind of tunneling that kill a little too much, and just resulted in no kill and Kami still finding that barrier and that goal.
First barrier once again falling rapidly for the side of Don't Ask, as does the first barrier for the side of Circus. Once again on the diagonal, both goalies preferring their bot barriers as we go to the real meat and potatoes of this particular point now that the window dressing has been taken care of. Jamie and Kirby Derby layering here in the J corner, somehow not winning. Kamakiri, give them their flowers, is able to find a couple of really good strikes into Erasmus secondary to seal the deal there. Not to mention an absolute cash money flip out of Lila is enough to break this particular barn door down. And Don't Ask, they are still here. They are still fighting. Levels might be a little bit out of their favor, but they are here to play. And now they just need one more point to potentially swing the momentum back their way.
Yeah, and Don't Ask, they're not going to let this one slip out of their hands easily. If they go down, they're doing it kicking and screaming, and that's what you love to see at this point in the league, in the playoffs. Kami was almost taken off. Swifty absolutely hunting him down. And it's going to mean he's going to have to play off ball, but is able to break that first barrier. And it's actually going to be the top one that remains for Jamie this time, which, it is a minor factor. Goalie's just not so comfortable, looking down to defend, a bit more awkward. Can't see your cooldowns as easily. It just gets to people, but it's actually going to be Alex's barrier, the first one to drop here. Jammy Circus looking to get onto, hopefully for them, the penultimate point. And yeah, they just do get that goal, get it in, and now one goal away from winning this, going to the grand finals alongside securing themselves a guaranteed entry into promotions for next season, which will not be available to Don't Ask if they lose this one. So heavy stakes on the line, and we'll have to see Lila closing into a flip, but Jammy has one on the defense still and is holding both barriers strong.
Exactly what you need to do if you want to win up against this team. Flip for tempo out of Lilith, both forwards surging on the advance, on the offensive, but Jamie holds like a wall, making this Drek look like Atlas. Arlax loses out to Flip. This is looking dire. That goalie could be dead too, mind you, but is able to cling on to life and cling on to life in this point as well. Surely
not like this.
We got to flip there. Oh, good. What that does mean is the side of Circus is going to be advancing to grand finals up against. It's Hot Tofu, right? I'm not stupid, right?
Yeah,
or wait,
it is Hot Tofu.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, such an impressive performance coming out, winning 2-0 here, and Don't Ask, unfortunate for them. I mean, I know, that, of course, they didn't have their MVP player. I think Lila still played exceptionally, just showing up here for the team despite, not having played a lot recently, and they certainly, did the most of a bad situation. So nothing but respect here on the cast for Don't Ask, and hopefully we'll see them again in more US competition. But for now, it's Circus getting the win. Unlike the Oklahoma City Thunder, having a referee on their team did pay off for them. So big dubs to Circus, gonna play versus Hot Tofu shortly enough in the grand finals for EUSA, and we'll be throwing to a break, but we'll be back with that series soon enough.
And we're back. We're back. We're back as grand. We're back in the grand finals, and I'm a happy person. I'm a very happy camper. But today, we're bringing you USA Grand Finals with me and P-Fleur, giving you guys a very, very whimsy game: Circus versus Hot Tofu, and Circus need 4 games out of 6 to eventually get themselves out of this and become winners. But Tofu only need 2 wins out of the 3.
Yeah, that is going. You said it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a lot of whimsy just because of how these two tend to tend to operate in regards to just kind of like their offensive flurries as well as defensive. And I mean, it sounds like it sounds general, but I really do feel like Jammy Circus tends to be. You kind of said it, whimsical, especially like on offense, and that can lead to some surprising plays that the defense is often not expecting. But so looking to see if they can like pull that off against Hot Tofu in particular.
Yeah, we already have the draft started. Oni Village, our first map of today, picked by Hot Tofu with Circus selecting the blue side. Atlas being first pick of the day, going to be Jammy on this Atlas. We haven't seen much of Jammy Atlas today. I think we've only seen Jakar being picked up and the Kai being picked up earlier, so first time seeing Atlas here. Estelle on the other side for Hot Tofu. As I can pick coming in with Glass Cannon and Demolitionist as our 2 start. I think, or at least what I remember, is Brock being subbed in for Pick Shot this time around, so it's going to be a very, very interesting game, especially if they're not going to be picking a brawler up here. Estelle Luna are 2 picks.
I mean, I'm always happy to see Luna. She's not exactly, I feel like, a common pick around these parts anymore. So, you know, I'm just happy to see her. But just looking at the setup, you know, Hot Tofu is already kind of building Luna backed by, I mean, like Estelle, I should say, like into Luna is something that's gonna be, well, basically Circus is going to have to keep an eye out because these are 2 characters that can very much redirect the flow very, very quickly and kind of come out of nowhere with a lot of like with both honestly damage. I feel like Luna can do like a lot of like surprising core control moments. You know, she's always known for like that boost just kind of like coming in right the hell out of nowhere. But we do have Kazan and Rune that were picked up as well, so I would think those are pretty solid shots in order to deal with all this mess that's about to be thrown around, especially with that Dubo there on the end too.
Kazan Rune being picked up for Circus, pretty obvious who's playing what here. Luna actually will be picked up for Brock, so Dube is going to be our last pick, I think, and it'll be a very, 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 very kind of standard game, I feel like, in terms of who's playing what and what's going on. No whimsy this time around, but as we get ready to get started here, I wonder who's picking what here. If you didn't see the draft, or at least I don't think Stream showed it, we have Oni on game 1, Demon Days on game 2, and then finally the Clarion Test Chamber. So if Circus can win their map pick, or eventually, or at least get this 2-0 here as quickly as possible, they're going to be sending. We're going to be sending to a reset, hopefully. And I want to see a reset, especially not to be biased, but Circus have been playing out of their minds, especially for one, the character draft. Let's be clear, the game 1 character draft on Night Market was something really, really fun to watch, and of course on game 2 as well, they played extremely well to get themselves across the line against Don't Ask. So see whether or not Circus can pull off another magical performance from them.
Yeah, no, I actually do have to agree. I thought Circus just like played lights out last couple games, so we're kind of on the same side there. Hot Tofu has a little bit of proving to do, but here's the thing: Nitron Wood are very, very good at what they do. I'm not at all like, you know, like looking past them whatsoever. I feel like they are going to be, they kind of have to be their usual selves, and their usual selves are like amazing with like the pass plays, with like the offensive pushes. I feel like Nitron especially always someone to watch out for. So we get into it, we're going to see how things run.
Already getting into game here, and I wonder how the Circus team is gonna play into this hot defense, especially since it's Estelle Dubu, two very, very good characters on this map, and Dubu especially a very good hold it down goalie, but so is Atlas. Both Jamie and Wood have their games cut, or at least their abilities cut out for them, but surprisingly enough, it's not the 1 seed, it's going to be the 2 and 3 seed, taking us all the way to the game. As we get started already, FC on the rune, see how this double creation will fare against both Luna and Estelle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as we get into it. So let's see what the opening awakenings are. Kirby Derby and Swift Z with the Demolitionist. Jammy having the glass cannon, fair enough. Gonna need that speed. Atlas does not often run, he walks. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we have a full suite of glass cannons. That's gonna be very fast, very powerful, not gonna be able to leave them alone or else you may pay for it. I'm guessing that is going to be their playstyle as we get into the kickoff here.
Yeah, and this time around, Wood still holding it down very well. They're already taken one barrier, and although this Kazan could scale very, very closely when it comes to a Demolitionist, Brock's still going to be a very, very huge player on that Luna, especially of how much damage output she can achieve by just dashing in and just hitting you with any sort of ability here. But so far, not really a lot of damage has been coming out, especially since it's been the earlier sets. Oh my god, Kirby Derby getting a second barrier, and the flip comes out too, but so far, no dice on that one. Wood still having to do nothing else. If A comes out, dash flip missed, and Kirby Derby unable to get the core, and offense will be reset here. Swiftsy trying to push the core forwards, and Jammy on the offensive with good defense so far, so this Luna stuff is going to have a lot of trouble breaking against this Atlas, and especially since Jamie's the one piloting it, it'll be a lot harder for them to get through. Striker is being played. Brock getting the core back with Nitro with Envy with a lot of stagger ready to go, and with flip too.
Barely managed to save that one, but that barrier is still up. They are defending it with their life. Are the Circus. Hot Tofu trying to do anything they can and to move it back, but that pillar, yikes and a hell, that pillar just blocked out any attempt of an out clear, went rebounding like crazy for a little bit, knocked itself pretty much into the top corner for that. That was the first point, by the by.
Yeah, and Oni Village going to be very, very long and slow map, and it's a war of attrition between both teams to really get things done. Both barriers straight on the top side for Jamie to be able to kind of sit down and hunker down on this bottom corner.
Yeah, and it is not something that is going to basically be easily resolved, in my opinion. Both these teams, I say that. And there goes the barrier. Gate is open on the side of the Circus. Crater Maker comes out. Wagga with the follow-up. Jammy tries to go for like the bottom clear, does not get the angle. And they just make sure that like that Luna just rockets in, boom, to secure it up. There's that tie for Hot Tofu.
No barrier found, and the thing with Kazan here is Kazan's gonna have to face a lot of troubles when it comes to playing against Wood, especially with how Duba can get just stuff all these wins. And oh my god, what a great defense by Kirby Derby and Jammy linking up with each other and perfectly having the counterplay to face it. It's a very, very hard team to play against if you're playing to Jammy as best as you are, and the kill almost found onto Nitra, and they are looking for these kills, and these kills have to be found no matter what if you want to try to open up a position. But so far, both teams holding it down with perfect accuracy, almost perfect accuracy, because Jammy is not going to let that Luna rocket get them anywhere.
No, not for now. And you can see like the entire team of Circus has flips ready to go.
Oh no!
Excuse me, had it. Good gracious, Swiftsy Gets rocketed into oblivion. I gotta take a sit on the side. There's the flip, goes out. Counter flip, denied. Jabby and Wood in a little bit of a goalie off for a while there. But Kirby Derby does manage to get the possession, get that second barrier. Open goal on the side of Hot Tofu, and body dropped. That's Wagga just gone for the moment. It is on Jammy Circus to try and make something of this power play for the moment. Does not happen. Wagga comes back. Crater Maker comes through. Play continues. No sale on that. So no sale just quite yet, although both sides open for business now.
Kirby Derby still trying to find an opening here. Wood is just playing this defense so well, and even though the double banish comes out and nothing can be found because at least one member of Hot Tofu is still standing able to get the core out of position, and I feel like the openness of the map actually kind of favors this Wagga Corp CEO and Nitron moment here, as obviously the primer just gets it done there. But for Jammy, it's going to be very hard for them to have control of really anything in this game, as long as both characters can just work on either the outclear or the inclear. It doesn't really matter which one they take, as long as they have the synergy to do so. Yeah,
they've got a lot of range for them, and Jammy has basically has a couple of answers to them, but they're very particular. They can be very particular. They can be very like one and done. Has to have the timing on lock, and that can be harder than it seems at first blush sometimes, especially like with the kind of offense that's coming through. Open for business is the Circus, and score for Hot Tofu. With that, they take the first set. Nitron MVP.
Yeah, this set already lasting very far, and Jammy getting a little bit too aggressive there, trying to predict the Luna dash, and while Corp CEO perfectly reads it as Among Titans off the board as soon as the drafter comes out perfectly fine. Even Dubu getting this extra special is going to be a lot harder for Circus to kind of get their hands on the core, especially since Dubu Tofu Fortress. I mean, the copy pasta Tofu Fortress creates terrain, and you can't really get ahead of it unless someone decides to fail. But so far, with no real like inconveniences to really trouble Wood here, it's going to be a lot harder to get those Tofu Fortresses to misbehave, and Banish coming out, not finding anyone though, but a barrier will be taken still by Kirby Derby.
Yeah, that is one gone for the side of Hot Tofu. I have to say, I kind of respect, but also I'm kind of worried about the Wagga Corps. That was obviously like a denial for SwiftZ, but I am curious to see how that ends up playing out. SwiftZ not looking very good, staggered in fact, had to go and get a orb, and meanwhile top corner Nitron just gets the feed real nice from Wood, slots it in the top corner. Jammy got nothing to do for it. One for Hot Tofu yet again.
Yeah, these barrier holds are becoming especially hard, and when you're on that top side like that, you have to defend the top side barrier. It's better to just give it up maybe, but in that case, it was just kind of hard because the top side was already open for business as soon as Wood was able to push up, and these layering abilities are still very strong for Brock and Nitron, just knowing when to strike and when not to strike. And we saw the same thing there with Kirby Derby and Swiftsy getting it done there, but they still have to find one barrier apiece, and Dubu kind of favors the matchup on this bottom side, especially when they're playing the single lane, because you're just able to get the Tofu Fortress down, and even though Atlas, you're able to just pop secondary, it still keeps the core in the way, and with that, with a great ability usage and the flip usage too, it becomes a lot harder, and with that flip too from Nitron, everything is secured.
Yeah, real nice double up there. Nitron got into position. Wagga Corp just able to like boost in, keep the play up, and just nice feat there to get that second one. Nice little okey doke there by Kirby Derby to get that first barrier. Gonna need a lot more than that. Kirby trying for the deletion on Luna, but not quite there just yet. One barrier down apiece, both southern barriers taken for the teams. only up top remains, and like you said, it's a bit of an easier
Oh, no.
thing. I was about to say it's a bit of easier thing to hold those barriers, but nope. Hot Tofu open for business. Kirby Derby finishes the play, pushes it straight through. Wood does not react in time. They get a point on the board. Jammy Circus making sure people know they're not quite out of it just yet. Though energy not looking great on their side.
Like some miscommunication there just by a little bit. Yeah, these double creations on Swifty and Jammy are kind of holding out for now, but Black Corp CEO are just playing very, very aggressive and making sure that those don't affect them. You can just easily walk through the ruined pillars, and as long as you're staying on top of them, the secondary doesn't have to really do anything, and the primary also doesn't really have to be of any effect, because without the creation, it's going to be a lot harder for Swifty to get control, because all Rune needs to do is just get into that corner and put pressure on. But so far isn't the case, as Wood and Nitron still pushing up, trying to find an opening here, and they're doing very well defending against this Rune and Kazan.
Yeah, Rune has been trying to crack open this hamster for a while, but no dice. Instead, it is the little Lady Luna under Wagacorp that has cracked open the circus. Flip to kill and score, punches it through. Wagacorp being the CEO indeed, MVP, and they get their pick of the litter from a decent number of options here. They take the Catalyst, not too surprised there.
Yeah, you don't want any sort of outplay to happen or anything to scale out of control. Kirby Derby gets the spark, but still, there's going to be a lot of trouble on the side of Circus, and even the OIA being taken up is going to be a lot harder, especially if you're getting damage stumped like that. And even though you're Atlas, it becomes a lot harder when even though you're faster, it's still kind of hard because you're able to evade abilities, but if you're caught in the misfire of a bunch of different things, it just becomes so much harder to really get anything done. And already Jamie piloting at speed very well, able to keep one barrier alive in the meantime.
Yeah, one barrier apiece for both sides. Now, don't get me wrong, I do like the bulk up. I mean, I do like the peak performance, but I did notice as well, like the fight or flight on Swifty, they're trying to use their momentum, their speed against Hot Tofu. It's not quite working out though. That was again just like beautiful setup, beautiful positioning. Nitron knows where they need to be at pretty much any given point, and they are showing it right now.
Yeah, these links from Nitron have been on point, and so has been the ability layering, keeping Kirby Derby away. Even the Tofu Fortress expended, and the banish coming out as well. Beautiful banish from Swifty, and
nice.
They actually earned 2 berries off of it too. Yeah, this is what Circus need to get themselves out back into the game. And as soon as the conversions come in, especially with Jamie holding it down and preventing the Luna from getting any dashes in, not even a flip going to be used for that second barrier becomes a lot easier. And now they're going to be in a world of hurt, really, as Kirby Derby sinks it down to the bottom side. Wasn't able to react to that one.
Yeah, we're able to get something going with that. Wagga tried for like the boost, attempted to sustain some offense, just straight up missed. That happens, and he took it quick advantage, did Kirby and Swift Z. Very nice on their part to recognize that. Push it through. Wood was not able to get it, but one barrier already taken before this next kickoff against the Circus. Hot Tofu doing their best. Flip burned to no avail, but that second one still not very much. Open for business are the Circus. Both barriers down. Wood with a flip. Wagga with a flip. That's got to be a little bit scary. They're going to have to want to make sure that this does not get to an offensive position. I was about to say just like that, but they did manage to hold it briefly. Flip, counter flip. Jammy with the deflection. There's the Wagga flip. Waits for the pillar placement and says, "Oh, you're going up. I'm going down." Jammy Swifty can't react to it. That is second point for this set 2 for Hot Tofu. Match point.
This is not their map pick, but they've been showing a good performance here either way. It's just that the way that Wood is playing this map just could be very, very aggressive, and of course with that Tofu Fortress doesn't make anything too much easier for Circus, and of course, Grand Finals is the place to be. And although they want to win this so badly, Waga Corp and Nitro are here to deny the gates. EUSC finalists going to be playing here, and although they didn't have that much of a good performance in USC, it still doesn't matter because USA is their playground, and Brock and Nitron stepping up to do all the heavy lifting would be able to clear that very, very well. And even though the KO is missed, the goal barrier is still saved. Nothing attempted. I might just have put my own words. Another barrier taken, and Circus have been doing very well, actually converting on these, no matter the opponent or the match. Should be very good for them as long as they're able to conform to this, and would, under a decent amount of pressure, because Swifty's able to be right there, and Jammy is the one who sends it in as match point. Soon can turn into set point for the Circus.
Yeah, beautiful. Managed to sneak it in there. Would attempt it with the Tofu Fortress. Wasn't able to get it in time. So yeah, match point Hot Tofu. Set point for Jammy Circus. Need to see if they can push this and see if they can get themselves a bit of a continuation, bit of a state of execution, so to speak. See if they can get this comeback rolling. Swifty just barely misses the interception. Jammy does not, however. One barrier gone north, one barrier gone south for both teams. Kirby Derby with the flip, trying to get it out there. Wagaco, however, with the interception, gets the second barrier. Open is the Circus. Nitron had the flip, had the positioning, just didn't quite get the moment, however. Kirby Derby, again, with the transition into offense, trying to fight it out between Nitron. Back and forth they go. Waggle with the interception themselves as they transition to their own offense. Flip comes out. Jammy pushes it. Flip, Nitron kill! Boost, Waggle kill! It's done! That first game is over. Hot Tofu takes it with an absolutely brutal finish.
2 kills being burnt out, and that's what they're good at. Hot Tofu being able to secure all the checkmates needed, and Swifty unable to stand. Puts Hot Tofu on set match here. Going to be 1 game away from finishing off the series, but they still have to go against the Demon Days comp, which is the Circus, and Circus have been doing a very, very good job playing on this map, regardless of who they're playing. It's even in the upper bracket before, they were still doing very well, making sure that at one point in time, I mean, if you saw the game, you would know what I'm talking about. The Octavia goalie, especially trying to go in here, and this time around on DD, I want to see if they try to pull off the same madness they did before. They did take a set off of Hot Tofu there, even with Brock on the team. So hopefully this time around they can convert on 2, maybe even win the set and even win the game there. But for now, we're gonna have to wait, as the drafter will have to try to maybe come online.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how things end up here. Circus was not able to pull that one out there. Just a lot of offense that was just a little bit too aggressive. They couldn't quite hold the defensive end of the deal up. Just a lot of barriers getting taken fairly quickly. And when I say that, I don't mean like the bottom one, because I don't mean like just the one. I mean like both of them tended to get taken in reasonable fashion. On the defensive, the defensive holds were solid for a while. Just when things cracked, they cracked very fast. It felt like on the side of Jammy Circus.
Yeah, and this time around, yeah, I mean, even though the defense didn't hold too much, just the great plays from Brock being able to hit stun, and Nitron also making those very good plays regardless of if Jammy decides to clear it or not. They were playing very patiently.
Yeah.
Jammy, if you're playing in a 2v1 goalie position, it becomes so much harder because you have to react to either one of the two, and sometimes guessing the 50-50 is hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's a 50-50. You got just as much chance of being wrong as you do of being right. But it can seem a little bit harrowing. So at this point, it's just, they've got to take a breath. They've got to kind of look over what happened in that last game and see if there's anything to mitigate it. I just liked everything I saw out of Hot Tofu. I feel like like their transitional points were very well. Like they were able to switch from like defense to offense pretty quickly. I feel like they could intercept out clears and clears whenever they took the opportunity to. There was just very little like breathing room, but we've talked about that before. It's just going to be on Jammy Circus to just like respond to it. Like we need to I want to see what their answer is to this.
Yeah, and they might need to work on the KO department. They got 1 KO so far, but Hot Tofu were able to just completely slam down on those KOs and perfectly be able to conform to whatever they were given. And if Circus want to win this, they gotta balance the KOs and the damage. And so far, I mean, their damage numbers have been okay. I think that they just had to focus on Burger in the meantime. Although the four goals can't outcount the 9, it still was a very impressive game for them, since it wasn't their map pick.
Mm-hmm. So I am going to be looking yet again for like more. I wasn't surprised. I'm not surprised to see Nitron's basically scoreline. I'm going to be looking to see more out of Nitron, but I'm also going to be looking to see more out of Kirby Derby. I thought they had some very good like passing, dribbling plays with that Kazan. So I'm curious to see if they're going to try and hold on to that one, because there's some good things here. As we do move on, Demon Dias, please tell me I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, Demon Days. We're actually very ready for this game. Waiting on people to start going and heading into draft here. And especially for Circus, they're going to be on the offensive and now trying to see if they can outsmart the Hot Tofu and maybe take a game home. Maybe even a game. Yeah, set game home. It doesn't really matter what they do because they've already made it this far. I mean, they're the number 3 seed. They outplayed the number 1 seed, so you can really blame them if they're celebrating right now. But it's not too time to be complacent now. Hot Tofu on the blue side, Circus on the red, Atlas being banned out right immediately, and so was Drakar actually.
Wow, insta bans. Okay, that's what we're doing here. I'm not too surprised, but yeah, that was fast. Kai is first pick. Not super surprised. Like you can see Ariel's peak performance start. So yeah, that makes all the sense in the world to me. Where I'm curious to see how they're going to want to take advantage of these two. Pretty classic awakenings. You kind of have an idea of what you want to do with them.
Octavia actually being picked up here. We're going to see another Octavia game. In the meantime, this could just be Jamie Octavia goalie once again in Grands. Very, very interesting performance here as we're waiting on the second pick here. I'm surprised that Finny hasn't been taken quite yet, but I think they're just saving it. They just think that they just want to get the Kai out and just outpick Octavia, or just at least just outpick Jamie. But of course, the Octavia is still a very good pick on this map, and yeah, there goes the Now as well onto I think Swiftsy. So 2 very, very fast characters, especially with these awakening starts, and I wonder what Hot are going to pick here. I mean, the Finny just could go out, and so could any brawler, really. Like, they could just take Centaur or Axe and kind of just have a field day, but with 10 seconds left, they still have a lot to think about.
Yeah, Octavia into Now is going to be very interesting. That's a lot of good passing plays. Asher try and shut that down. I can see Asher just very burly, very, very bully. So not too surprised. That's going to be a fun. This one I feel like is going to be a very fun one. It's going to be on Circus though to have that passing game down and just be able to. I didn't want to make like a Circus joke, but you got to kind of clown around them. You got to kind of like move around Hot Tofu and just make sure that they don't get the opportunity to play their game. You can't, because their game is very, very painful at this point. Zentaro for the backup for Hot Circus. Oh boy, fusion. For Jammy Circus.
Yeah, there goes the Finny and the Asher, two very, very strong picks on this map, and especially Finny using her ult, and then even just Asher just being able to collapse on top of the ult just in case anything
Mm-hmm.
goes south. Just becomes a lot harder for Circus to get this down, but I believe in the dream for Circus to at least win a game here, but we're going to have to wait a bit longer as we get started with the game, trying to get things set up before we start, and especially for me, I'm hoping to see Jamie Goalie here on the Octavia. This Octavia is going to be very, very fun.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. It seems like that might be the case, but we're going to have to wait until we, like pretty much get into the opening awakening select just to see for certain. I do like their team, Jammy Circus, just because, like I said, it should be fun, it should be entertaining. It also, I can see the vision here, and it's just going to be on them to be able to actively execute. Meanwhile, on the other side, like I said, like the Asher, Finney, very strong picks, gonna be able to cause a lot of traffic jams in regards to, like how the core is going to be moving, and they're going to have to be very careful to not fall into that trap.
Trap set this time looking, and Jamie Circus looking to maybe take a game off, and hopefully this Octavia, they had the last time they played DD with Octavia Goalie, he took off a set, and they were playing impressively well despite the apparent just complete torture and just bullet hell of damage being rained onto them constantly. And if Vault Tofu are playing damage like how they did in game 1, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge. But the Circus, they're ready for all these challenges.
Yeah, I would believe so. Like I said, there's a saying in certain circles: first round is data. We collect info on that for first round. So hopefully they've got enough data as we hopefully start to move into game here, as we start to move into just like opening equipment, awakening select, and we'll see if Jammy Circus has what it takes. You say take a set. I say take a game. Let's see if we can even this up.
Game 3 looking to be drawn here as we get into game. Very shortly we'll see whether this is actually Jammy playing the Octavia. I've been like beating around the bush the entire time, but it would fit. It would fit the crime if we were to see DD and Octavia, especially Octavia Goalie, going to be here as the Nitron actually playing this Finny. I just realized I kind of forgot that Nitron also plays Finny, so Finny midfielder going to be the name of the game against Octavia Zentaro, and now kind of just bodybuilding this team comp. And yeah, what can you expect? It is Octavia Goalie, especially Jammy with the mental boots and the aerials. Very, very fun game. The only person actually going to be taking aerials is Jammy here. Everyone else going the peak performance.
Yeah, honestly, kind of understandable there as we get into the kickoff for this second game. Already, you can see like Foste going, already barrier gone, 2 barriers gone. Hot Tofu looking to continue on exactly where they left off, as goal is open already for Jammy Circus. Not the start you want to see, especially considering Jammy already looking very low. Had to get some level of healing there, so hopefully like already in a bit of a bind. Let's see if they can kind of like fight their way out of it.
Of course, with this damage portion, that's why they chose now here. They just want to make sure all those bases are covered, and the only thing that isn't covered is that strike. Brock getting it done and putting it right past Jammy.
Yeah, bit of a rough start, but it is only the start of things. They can always kick back. That was first point going to Hot Tofu. Need to see what the answer is on the side of Jammy Circus. How can they respond to such an immediate offensive startup for this?
The energy economy also very good in terms for Brock. and Nitron here already coming up with flipping almost Kirby Derby off them. I just realized Kirby Derby's the one playing now, and Swiftsy is the one playing Centauro. A complete goalie, a complete like roster draft mix-up here, as Swiftsy getting things done on the bottoms, on the top side actually, and with the flip as well. Will they earn a point? And they will not.
No, not quite, but they do earn a body. Caught the body, flip goes out. Can't do anything with it because of the arrow.
Oh my god!
Beautiful! Like, so simple, but so beautiful. Arrow just literally, that wasn't an arrow, that was an octagon, because that was just a whole stop sign. Said, no, you can't clear this. And was able to just, like, hit it straight up to, like, Kirby, said, like, cool, thank you. Knocked it in, triple take wasn't there in time. Tied that one up, barrier down for this next kickoff. Flip already being burned. Jammy moving up, confident in their speed. I am speed. Not quite the goal there. The offense still continues. There we go. Swiftsy with the finish. Circus back in the saddle. Set point already. Trying to put on a show for us. Saying we can do it. Don't you worry. First game was just to raise the tension a little bit, raise the stakes. That's how you make things exciting.
And Swiftsy pushing up with flip, ready to go. I'm surprised at how this midfielder is playing, especially into this Kirby Derby, doing a lot of damage, especially with Swiftsy here popping every ability, jamming a little bit of pressure here. Going to take a lot of damage here, and especially with the healing, they will get back to full health, but the damage still being done. The flip being burnt, and Jammy unable to defend against that one as Brock puts it right back in its place for a 0.5 to be sent.
Yeah, we need to make sure that that doesn't happen again if you're Jammy Circus. Bit of a rough one. Had a nice start to that kickoff, but no, one barrier already down. Drop comes out as well. Barrier down on both sides. They need to be able to try and like keep that core on the side of Hot Tofu. Misses by inches, does that attempt on barrier. It is Hot Tofu that is trying to do their best to stay on offense. It is what they're good at. It is what they know how to do. Jammy Circus wants no part of that.
Already a second barrier down, and Kirby Derby not looking too good in terms of HP. Could die, and they even go for the KO, trying to equalize, but the flip comes in, and the strike from Nitron is good to the top side. So one set down, two more to go to secure their winners for Hot Tofu, and Brock MVP at the set. Gonna see what he can possibly take here, and where's the Monumentalist? Gonna be there. They just has to be an easy save for Hot Tofu here.
Yeah, recovery drone is taken. Zentaro, however, taking the stinger. That's always interesting to see. Finney with the Monumentalist, pretty much as expected. Most of these, not too surprising. Team player does go to Octavia, among Titans as well, going to now. So that's that's interesting. Deadeye on Kai. I've seen that before, and it can be astonishingly effective, as he just showed, like with that Giga Blast there. So something to watch out for.
Monumentalist already having an easy effect and earning both barriers. Opening up the second one for Jammy Circus to kind of fall back on. There's nothing left for them to really fall back on, especially if Jammy's taking a lot of damage here. And although the scoring attempts can be made, still, this Asher and the Kai just pushing up against the Octave is just going to be a hard road, and especially with Barrage and or just using the primary for the Asher, Octave is going to be in a lot of trouble, and the only way for Jamie to really play this character is just to get extremely aggressive, and they're doing it so far.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I wasn't meant to cut you off. I was just excited at that little play there, because like you said, Jamie had to get aggressive there. Nearly had a nice opportunity shot on goal, but wasn't able to finish that one out. Instead, kind of got shoved through. You can see Brock and Wood just quite literally walked up in tandem, arm in arm, just shoved it through, like just big bodies.
Yeah, unfortunately, Asher Primary just covers that out no matter where you put it, and so far, this Finney, again, doing so much work, pushing the core right into spots where Jamie has to burn at least any ability. The only real ability that they can use to stop any push or any like heavy push is just using the ult. And since the ult has sometimes a very long CD, it becomes so much harder for Jeremy to actually defend against us. And that's the only bad thing about Octavia goalie, in my opinion. It's just that there really isn't any way to stop a stuffing attempt, and having to burn flip there as well as Jammy, but 3 flips for the side of Hot Tofu, and they don't even need it. It's 3 flips being kept for this last point if they so desire to use them.
Yeah, very rough position for Jammy Circus. That big finish, that very big finish, I should say. The size of that thing, yeesh, that is a maelstrom by itself. Like, being able to put this core between Scylla and Charybdis if they really want to, and you don't want to do that. Kill taken, but flip and just an immediate shot in. And what was that, like 11 seconds for that second set? Not looking great for Jammy Circus. Hot Tofu with that second set. Same MVP. Maybe a slightly different draft order, but a lot of it felt very familiar. That built different, though, is going to be nasty.
Extra special getting taken one more to at least put the fries in the bag and make sure that stuffing doesn't happen all too often. But still, this draft for his Jammy Circus is still so iffy. There really isn't much they can do here other than just pray that they get the right awakenings, and Centauro with Stinger and Tempo Swing could add to the damage if they so choose to, but right now they still have to fight a very uphill battle, but 2 barriers already taken. It's already a good sign.
Yeah, 2 barriers very quickly taken. 1, however, taken on their side. They have to make aggressive. Nearly gets the demon angle, not quite. However, Swifzy made a great attempt, just wasn't able to wasn't able to like see it through, wasn't able to quite get the exact aim that they wanted. So they need to see if they can't try this again and hopefully get another opportunity for that shot on goal, because it is going to be open goals on both sides, and both sides now have to play very careful again with that extreme aggression on Octavia. Big finish comes out. Nitron bats it in bottom corner. Even had a flip just remaining. Kirby did not burn theirs for that first point for this potential last set.
Yeah, the pass right back to Nitron wasn't good, but still good awareness from the side of Hot Tofu to be able to stand there and make sure that there wasn't really any other clear you can take here, and almost a KO being found onto Nitron. Nitron not being able to be taken out, the damage being dumped, but Nitron still stands somehow, and especially with that, it is not looking too good if you're a Jammy Circus fan. 3 flips being burnt, almost a KO, but 1 barrier on the other side follows Wood, playing spoiler here, staying alive, and so is Nitron as well. The angle not being found. Wood still staying alive too, getting aggressive, and Nitron and Brock are just sitting so easily. They're just sitting on the laurels, making sure nothing happens, and Wood even having to step up as well. Even Kirby Derby being put into the mess here. They can't stand. Jammy having to burn the ult as well, but nothing. Swifty comes right back out, and the reversal is going to happen here on the bottom side.
Yeah, that was a lot of resources being burnt to unfortunately no avail. Jammy Circus got a lot of work to do. They did manage to hit overtime. Maybe this core speed will help them out a little bit. That is 1 barrier coming out. However, I was about to say, Brock very nearly took a shot on goal. Brock being very dangerous. Ult comes out again from Jammy. Core goes to Swift Z. Will goes with a flip, but immediately rejected. Brock again trying to finish this one off. Big finish comes out. Core doesn't manage to stay in. Brock with the goal. Woods with the barrage. Shoves it through. Match points. Tournament points for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, Hot Tofu putting on the pedal to the metal as the Circus are kind of left, kind of rot in kind of the loss, but it's all good. They still have 1 point to go through. The tournament isn't over yet. Anything can happen in these very last moments as Jammy pushing up and trying to win here. Brock trying to play spoiler here, trying to make sure everything doesn't go right for Jammy Circus. Jammy taken very low with no evade as well. Second barrier gone, and this could be the end. Wildcorp CEO not even using flip, and Kirby's are being expensive for the defense too. Tournament point on the line. The back pass being found while Corpsino still is holding on to that flip, though. Jamie even playing the midfielder, playing so far up, making sure the Asher has no chance to put it back in, but that kill might secure it. While Corpsino is still so low that he just needs to find a passing attempt. So he finds a second barrier as well. This could be what Jamie Circus needs to put it in. The big finish, finding Jamie off the map, and Swifty lagging out. That is not a way to end it, but oh no, Hot Tofu are going to be taking that one, and a 2-0 victory, a 3-0 victory means that game 2 will go to Hot Tofu, and Hot Tofu are your EUSA winners.
Yeah, that not the best way you want to go out, like jamming themselves, put in the back of the net, Swifty just not able to do anything, Kirby Derby trying their best, but it was Hot Tofu who basically, you said it earlier, put the pedal to the metal, just upshifted and never ever really let off of that. They were aggressive from word go. Later on, you see that Jamie tried to meet that with their own aggression, but it wasn't quite enough. It wasn't quite there. Hot Tofu just with some very good plays, just with some very good offensive scrums, just knew what they wanted to do and executed it very, very well.
Damage being done, and unfortunately, yeah, Pigshot being subbed out, Big Shot being subbed out, and Brock filling in the shoes to give EUSC, well, not EUSC, but the EUSC finalists, and of course, our winners of EUSA today, Hot Tofu, stepping up to the plate and winning out in probably dominable fashion. But yeah, very, very good season end to this. I mean, a lot of people, I don't think were expecting Jamie Circus to be in the grand finals, and even though it was a sweep, they actually played a lot better than people might expect, especially when it comes down to that losers finals game. But we'll be back, I think, for the post-show interview, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. EUSA Playoffs Day 2. We have the post show with the ultimate winners, Hot Tofu. A very strong performance, I mean, throughout the day, but in the finals as well. Just everyone showing up. So, congratulations to you guys. My first question is, for all of you, this is your first big chip. Some of you've come close, like Brack, second in Cheb. Nitro, I remember you did quite well in like Euro Cup. But this is the first big one, right? So how does it feel? Wood, I'll target that one at you.
Okay.
But sorry, repeat. I couldn't read it.
I low-key got carried. I don't know. It feels good.
That was good.
I didn't have to do
Okay.
anything today. Shit was weird. Also, this meta sucks. It low-key sucks to get my first win on this meta.
Yeah, I mean,
Move energy
you.
awakenings. Kill Atlas. Kill Drakkar.
I don't mind. I can play whatever I
Great.
want. This
No, I hate it.
Midfield meta
Yes.
is chill.
So you felt Wood like going into this postseason, like you knew you had to adapt your character pool, kind of like
Yeah,
you weren't
I
really
mean, I
picking
didn't
the
know
Amy stuff.
immediately, but once I knew, I was like, bro, this shit is cooked. Like, I can't play any of my characters. I mean, okay, that's fake. I can, but I have to ban Drake Atlas every game, basically.
Fair enough. The Nitro, I think you're kind of the glue of the team at some times, like very much, playing to help out your teammates. What was it like, kind of shifting from playing for so long with Pigshot, your regular brawler, to playing with Brack here for the whole of playoffs?
I mean, I think it's definitely different. Pigshot plays a lot differently than Brack does, like especially in regards to like I think Pigshot is a bit more KO minded and tries to play a bit more backwards. Whereas I think Brack is just a bit more core control-y than Pigshot is generally. Like Pigshot likes going for likes just getting the core and taking barriers, whereas Brack likes to play around with the core a little bit more. But I think it's a bit different. I think with Pigshot, he's very much like beating to the beat of his own drum. So it's like I basically needed to sync up to what he was doing. Whereas with Brack, it felt like the way he plays is telling me what I should be doing. Like if he positions a certain way, I feel compelled to position a different way. So I think it's a bit more handholdy, I guess. Playing with Brack than it is playing with Pigshot, but like I think I enjoy playing with both of them, but I want Pigshot to be back. I want my forward back.
Fair enough.
I want to do my double cheese kills. That shit was so fun.
For you, Brad, kind of the same question. You've kind of taken a break from playing the game competitively. Didn't play the season. What was it like getting back into the swing of things, getting back into scrims a little bit? Was that a smooth transition for you?
I will definitely say that at first I had zero confidence because of that break I took. Like I had no idea how to touch the controls anymore. But like after some weeks of scrimming, it was so winning. There was no more doubt.
Fair enough. And you guys were very dominant in this one. What for you guys, were there any moments throughout the season that were super memorable? I'll ask you, Wood, anything throughout the season where you felt that stood out and might have been like a defining moment within OS for you at all?
I think, well, for me individually, I think, it was like when Big Shot picked up the Drakkar and like before the patch changed, and we just started like clicking our abilities in sync, and we just got so many kills. Like I don't know, just realizing that like we can actually sync up like that was kind of a big eye opener for me. Like I don't see anyone else doing that.
Fair enough.
And then besides that, I guess the patch just sucks. But you know.
Going in generally to playoffs, I mean, of course, you guys scrimmed, but were you guys doing a lot of opponent-specific planning based on maps and characters, or were you kind of just like, well, we'll get our picks and do well? Nitron, you seem like the thinker of the team.
Oh, I'm definitely not the thinker of the team, but I'm totally.
You've got glasses, okay? Like
I don't. It's my profile pic.
Wait, I got
It's my profile
glasses.
pic. I don't actually wear glasses.
Wait, he's the only fraud? Oh
I don't wear glasses.
No, we're all
I can't
frauds.
believe it.
I think
can't
it's.
believe
I think is what said kind of previously. Like with this patch, it's kind of hard to specifically prepare for opponents because your bans are very like you can shift a little bit based on map, based on what the enemies play, more or less. But I think it's always the same philosophy of there's like 2 or 3 characters you particularly need to ban, and when that's almost an obligation, I mean that's almost like something you need to do. The rest of the draft becomes way easier to get rid of, because like, okay, these are our bans every time, so what are we going to pick? I think it's a bit more easy to draft, so there was less opponent specific drafting necessary for these games, I believe. But I think keeping in mind what the enemy can and can't play still is like more so what they were going to pick. I think knowing what they weren't going to pick allowed us to draft way easier.
I think the main thing is just making sure Jamie didn't get Kai a lot of the time. That's probably the main thing we actually like looked at specifically, especially on these DD games that we had this week and last week.
Fair enough. Forced him on Tiz Octavia, and you guys did get the dub. Yeah, I mean, I saw as well. It seemed like Don't Ask had the same idea, rather played into the Drek on their only village game. But regardless, so I'm pretty sure all of you are going to be going to LAN, right? So how are you guys feeling about that? Excited, nervous? What's the vibes like for you guys? Maybe Brack, you talk to him a while.
I'm gonna get in there and get drunk as shit. And then I'm stomping all of the competition because I got Venom in my midfield and he does not lose. And apart from
Just
that,
a reminder that alcohol is not going to be allowed in the venue.
Yeah, what about the day before, huh?
Sure, fine. Fine. No bad.
Shot.
I told him I will not be drunk for day 2. I did not. About day 1 was a maybe. It's also gonna be nice to hang out with friends because I haven't seen any of them in person. Because like, oh wait, they're on the other side of Europe.
True.
So that will be fun to do.
Yeah, fair enough. I think LAN, a lot of people are very excited for that. Outside of LAN, though, what are you guys' future Mega Strikers plans looking like? Maybe would I'm sure.
Get me out of the net.
Yeah.
Unleash me. Bro, I
So-
don't know. It's been too long. I need to get out of here.
But still looking to play, looking to next qualies. I mean, you guys have if some of you stay together, well, you have that promo spot to whatever happens. But probably looking to aim for EUSL as a brawler is what I'm understanding.
I mean, that is what I'm hoping for. But I mean, I don't know. I think I'll just have way more fun on the game on that role. Because I swear every meta, it's just I don't know. The metas just suck for me recently.
I feel like this is a pattern. Like I played with Swiss last season and he rolls up the forward. Now this. I feel like I started to feel like I'm the issue at this point.
No. I don't know. I was already wanting this World Cup to Brawler before the season started, but then there was like no goalies left, so I just bit the bullet, kind of.
If Big Shot says he wants to play midfield, I'm going to flip.
Nitron, how about you? What are your future Mega Strikers plans looking like outside of LAN?
I want to keep playing. I want to see if I can potentially make EUSL next season. I'm very much enjoying team play as of now, at least. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do in the future, but for the time being, at least, I'm quite enjoying competitive play. It's not feeling very drainy. It's feeling quite enjoyable. I look forward to it every week rather than being nervous or dreading it for the most part. Like scrims are also pretty chill, so I very much enjoyed at least this season of competition. Some other seasons were a bit rougher in terms of motivation and whatnot, but I think this season was quite nice. I felt quite happy throughout the entirety of the season, which was quite good. Thanks to my teammates as well, partially, of course. But I did feel quite good throughout the entirety of the season. So yeah, I'm at least I intend on riding that high for the time being.
Fair enough. And you, Brack?
I got no clue. There's like 5 people who have asked me to team up already. But, I mean, there's a reason I didn't play this season, so we'll have to see if it changes next one.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, EUSL, hopefully Season 5 looks ever more interesting. I also want to point out, Nitron, I mean, you didn't even mention you got something exciting coming soon in EU Kindergarten. That's cooking.
Well, I wanted to bide my time. I didn't want to just
Okay, fair enough.
Just
Fair
to
enough.
your questions, but yes, we do. EU Kindergarten will be held in 2 weeks, so June 14th. Tournament for it's just a forefront tournament to try to give people that normally wouldn't get the chance to play in a bit of a competitive format, whilst also getting to learn a bit from people that have more experience than them. It's going to be just a very casual event, just trying to have some fun, trying to learn a little. But yeah, if you want to sign up, there's the information on ETOS and the main core. The information is on both servers, so do take a look at that.
That's a cool, Tony. I played the last one and I've signed up, so everyone check that out. Okay, I'm gonna ask you, Wood. How much of an influence was it? Having Pig Shot in the back foot. Unfortunately for him, having to move right before playoffs. How much of an influencing factor was it that you kind of wanted to get the chip for him as well, not being able to play and still get it done for him?
It feels good. I really think he deserves it. This guy is so underrated. And also, I just want to add that I did not know he was leaving until after Brack was apparently already supposed to be playing for us. I had no clue. I was not filled in on this shit. I just wanted to say that because I think it's really funny.
I got asked 2 days before roster lock.
Yeah, 2 days before roster lock, and I didn't know. I didn't even know Pixel was leaving.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wish we could have done this with Big Shot. I would have been cinema, but I'm down to play with my Go always, so I don't mind.
And he'll be back for LAN. He's going to pull up there, which is hype.
True.
Okay, outside of that, I'm going to ask you guys for any shout outs, but they can't be to your teammates, including Pig Shot, even though he didn't play. If you have any shout outs, let's go with Brack first.
I would like to shout out all of us for absolutely curb stomping us in every single scrim we played until the last week. We got I think we got massive improvement from playing them, and they put up with us. And apart from that, nobody, because they all suck.
Loki also wild cards because they're okay goaded, and they also scrimmed us a lot.
Okay.
And Bonk also scrimmed us a lot.
Okay, Nitron, you got anyone?
I do want to shout out Bonk, but for a different reason than Wood does. I want to shout them out because going into the season, the thing I wanted to most was to absolutely bash their faces in. So it was very good motivation for the entire season.
Okay.
I forgot. I want to shout out all of ETOS staff for making this possible. This is fun.
That's SMG's job, not yours. That's SMG's shout out.
I already did that yesterday. Yeah, stuff on that cool, guys. They don't deserve 2 shout outs, guys.
They deserve at least 5.
Okay, W stuff. Okay, anyone else? Any final words? Anything you guys want to say? This is the final chance. You might die before next EU season, so you never know. Get it off your chest.
That's grim.
Okay.
Well, go sign up for LAN. Yay!
Yeah.
LAN is awesome. And if you don't have a team, you have the matchmaker. LAN is awesome. Go play LAN.
Okay,
now that we're done, go queue up EUSA in-houses. It's time to play.
Okay. Well, I think that's been it. Yeah, as always, shout out to the staff. Shout out everyone who tunes in every week. Thank you. That has been all for the EUS season. It's been a blast. Hopefully we'll be back with a new season, but as we've mentioned before that, we're going to have a LAN coming up, which will be awesome. And we're going to look to run some tournaments in between then, of course. Other, Nitron's one that he mentioned and some others, hopefully. So, well, we won't be gone for long. We'll probably take a nice break, though. But for now, that's been all for ETOS. Thank you for tuning in as always, and goodbye.